You have the power. Bentham.
What?
Hello and welcome to The
What?
Last Ditch, Season 2, Episode 13. We're arguing about custard donuts right now.
There's a right
But
and a
also-
wrong way to eat custard donuts.
Is
The right
I
way
like
is
all
not to eat
donuts.
them.
I will eat all of them, custard donuts included.
Oh dear.
If you get
I
glazed,
now I
and
want. I'm
frosted,
tempted to
that's
order
too
donuts.
much. If you get anything from Krispy Kreme aside from original glazed, I'm judging you.
Well, I'm judged then.
Original glaze is really good.
Everything
haven't
else
had
is too
Krispy Kremes
sugary.
in a long
Should I just look for donuts?
If
Fuck
I've
it,
gone,
that's what
if
my
I've gone
breakfast
to
is gonna
Krispy
be.
Kreme, I've gone for a heart attack.
Well, yeah, but
I
sometimes
might as
you
well
just
go
need
all
one.
in. Anyway, welcome to the show. Welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some awesome tabletop RPGs and argue about bad food choices. Today we're playing The Last Ditch, Warhammer 40k only war. We are back with the Commander cast to find out what our latest guest cast has been up to and what it means for the future of the war and how badly things have necessarily gone. We have some announcements to go through before we get going. First of all, thank you very much to Staff Sergeant Kirby of the 1-4 M&M, what is it? Munitions and Manufacturing? Is that it?
Yes, munitions
while
and manufacturing.
Yep, thank you very much, Kirby, for supporting today's episode. You're awesome. Also, we got some stuff happening. We got a new show starting up next Saturday. We have a Good Strong Hands campaign, GM'd by Nerdburger Craig, the creator of Good Strong Hands. We did do a one-shot of it a little while ago that you might have been aware of. We're bringing back for a 4-episode run starting next Saturday, so keep an eye out for that.
And we'll have
other
more
things-
deets on the cast coming, so stay.
Yep.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Keep an eye on the media, social or not, and you'll find out soon who the rest of the cast is. The other thing is, there's going to be some Patreon stuff coming up. Keep an eye out. We got some things. We also got a free public after show that you can watch on YouTube coming up. If you didn't watch yesterday's after show for the finale of Call of Cthulhu: Strange but True, it's going to be coming out on the YouTube for everyone to see, because we always put the final after shows of a season up for everyone to see so they can get some closure.
Minute.
So yeah,
If you
look
want to
out-
see.
look out for that, and see if I can get some character sheets up on the Patreon as well. Also, Roll For It is now sponsored. So many different words. It's now sponsored by Roll20. Thank you, Roll20, for sponsoring us. It was a
Yeah.
no-brainer because literally we've used Roll20 for the entire existence of Roll For It, even before I was a part of it. So you already have our past endorsement. Of course, when someone is sponsored, you should always consider them biased. But you can just look to before we were sponsored and be like, yeah, no, they seem to be into Roll20. I think there's an endorsement there.
Now we can direct all our problems directly to them.
Mm-mm. I mean, like, the dice are being mean. Make my dice roll better.
Yeah.
Somehow that doesn't work. I did do that once. It might have just made it worse.
just roll a bunch of ones for a while. It was weird.
Yeah, it was an intense round of ones, that's for sure.
There's also giveaways and things happening with our Roll20 sponsorship. You can check them out on the Twitters and various things, and there's ways to win rulebooks and stuff on there that you can then use in Roll20 for D&D.
Currently, we have a DMG available. All you have to do is go over to our Twitter. It's a pinned post right there. Just give it a retweet, a like, and I will be picking winners next week.
Nice.
Do the thanks.
Right, that's,
If you want free things, do the things for free.
That's the announcement. So next up, the way that Roll For It's able to do all the cool stuff that it does. Sponsorships are cool and all, but in order to do all the different shows that we do and have all the different people we do, we are mainly supported by your wonderful patronage on Patreon. There's a whole bunch of different tiers there to give you a whole bunch of different rewards, and they allow us to keep the lights on and do all of the awesome stuff that we do. You can get NPCs of all of our shows. You can get after shows we record after every show where we talk about what happens in the show. You can get character sheets. You can get enemy character sheets and other stats and things like that, behind the scenes stuff from our GMs. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins do a recap of the previous month and talk about how the shows are going, and occasionally drop a few hints about future plans. And also you can take part, if you're a Legend tier supporter, in a once-monthly game jammed by a member of the Roll For It cast. Legend tier supporters also get to support an episode every month, like Kirby did today. And also, if you're crazy, like super crazy, you're already crazy if you're at Legend tier, but if you're really crazy, you can support Data tier, at which point we run out of things that we can do, and we just make you a personalized thank you video for being so awesome and helping us out so much. You can also do other things in other places too, if you prefer the other methods of subscribing and stuff. You can drop us bits on Twitch. They appear in the cup, and you can try and fill and empty that cup as you wish. You can give us tips. They appear on the screen, and we read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also be a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the Twitch VODs, whereas normally you have to wait 24 hours for us to put the VODs up on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter, I'll give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about all the things, usually show related, but you could also get involved in the food discussions about what kind of bacon is okay and whether it is heretical or not to eat custard donuts. There's other rooms in there as well, like the RP room, where you can play a role as a character in one of our worlds. A lot of that going on with, of course, this show. You can also join the rear guard, where you can roll dice that will then affect how things go in the campaign. And a couple of other things in there too, like a gaming lounge and looking for group room, just so that you can find other people to play games with, whether those be the tabletop variety or the video variety. You can also just support us by showing up. Just by being here, you're already being incredibly helpful. And it's especially helpful if you also then press the random buttons that are all over the screen, and also chat as well, because we love to hear from you, see what you think of the shows and what you're enjoying and what you'd like to see. We try and read all the YouTube comments and keep an eye on the chat as much as we possibly can, so it is appreciated. And of course, make sure to clip things as well. You have to clip as we go, because sub-only VODs are weird, so you got to clip live, and you can always edit them after the stream if you want to not miss anything, but you thought it was a cool moment that you would like to capture in clip form. And then we might put them into some compilations in future of cool moments that happen. And of course, bring your friends along too. Tell them about this weird thing called tabletop RPGs that people play on the internet for fun, and they might be into it too, as you presumably are, and as we all obviously are. And that's all the things. That's how you can support us. So, without further ado, let's hand over to Sheepy and get on with today's Commander episode.
Okay. So, let's go with... Bentham, tell me how this is volume-wise. Oh. It is not that one. That's a little bit...
Very
It's very
twangy.
40k, but the volume was alright.
Okay, where is it? Let's go with this. There we go. So, it is time to catch all the commanders up. Lieutenant Colonels all, I believe. Everyone's still Lieutenant Colonels. I don't think I've promoted, or I don't think anyone's been promoted as of yet. So, I think first up, we should touch on how the most recent roles from the rearguard have affected the state of play in the campaign.
Yeah. Let us
Come
know
on,
how
Signal
it went.
Corps. Come on, Signal Corps.
Shall I save Signal Corps to last, or should we just go straight in and
Oh yeah,
and
keep him
rip
on the
Band-Aid?
edge.
Okay.
Don't let him know.
So Medicaid have done quite well. There is a very good rotation of lightly injured soldiers back into frontline combat. So essentially, a lot of the heavier injured troopers are being ignored and pushed to the side as basically low priority once they're stabilized. But anyone who takes a minor wound or nothing that requires surgery, etc., is essentially patched up and sent straight back in. What that means is you have dead and heavily wounded, and then everyone else is just kind of in a eternal getting shot and going back in. Logistics Corps is maintaining the supply lines efficiently, which means that which means that as hard as you push up, they will be able to maintain your lines. So supply lines are currently not a worry. There is, however, a problem with the number of supplies you have, which kind of bleeds into the M&Ms, the manufacturing and munitions, which essentially they have not been keeping up their quotas on supplies, ammunition, grenades, etc. So there may be a lack of grenades. There may be a lack of supplies on the front line a little bit. However, enterprising members of the 12th, partially thanks to a crit and also thanks to very good rolling, have managed to gain and recycle some hotshot lasguns. Hotshot lasguns are essentially, they're also called, I think they're called hellguns. They're essentially, they swap the reliability of the lasgun for more penetration. So more heavily armored targets, more heavily armored troops are more vulnerable to them because they do more damage, they penetrate the armor better. So they're great for like more elite troops. Essentially, you have a small cache of these ready to be deployed. Make a note of it if you want, and if you find yourself in a situation where you go up against like big, heavily armored troops or anything like that that could use a little bit of penetration, you can deploy some hotshot lasguns, and especially if you send like a cast out on a special mission, those could be helpful. So, carrying on, the Calling Corps. Discipline is on the rise, which was a problem last week, or like last time we were here. The new recruits are able to follow orders, but they're not quite as drilled as they should be. So they don't work as a team that well together. They don't understand their roles perfectly, but the new recruits, at the very least, are able to follow orders without questions. So bit of good, bit of bad. Imperial Navy. Oh, this is an interesting thing. So the Imperial Navy have been doing very well at dogfighting. That's about it. You are sent a missive from Lord Captain Joku, who says that essentially the Navy needs to decrease their they need some time to recover. They've lost a lot of planes and quite a few pilots from being shot down. The tally is a lot more enemies, like enemy planes shot down than their planes. However, they need to reorganize and kind of get everyone back into. So they request the Imperial Navy basically requests that you either cease bombing on the city, basically to take out enemy munitions and factories and whatnot, or cease operational support, which essentially gives you cover for your regiments as they go through their operations. So have a little think about that. I'll bring that up again in a moment. The Special Forces. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have to go into the escapades of what happened during the things. The Special Forces have set up an FOB, a forward operating base, inside the urban area. Essentially what happened was the tunnel was collapsed ahead of time by forces in it was good, well, kind of good, by forces inside the city. Essentially it shaved off a few hours of digging, and they're able to take the enemy by surprise and essentially get out of the tunnel into the city, and have kind of spread out and started some guerrilla tactics, kind of house-to-house urban combat.
The Kantic forces were trying to dig their way towards them too, and they were gonna kind of burst through into our tunnel fighting. So they
were gonna explode and collapse both tunnels, yeah.
Right. So so our guys collapsed the Cantic end of the tunnel to ruin those efforts and destroy and kill those troops.
Significant number of diggers were killed, but it was to an overall benefit to the operation. Essentially, you have a tunnel straight from the hatch in the forest that goes up and into the urban area in like the corner. I can actually ping it for you.
I was gonna say, do we still have the charges set to collapse the wall from below?
The front gate was exploded and left open in that area. However, no one took advantage of it because it's more of a bottleneck than the tunnel. The forces were already in the tunnel, like ready to. So the gate is there now and can be utilized, but it's not a massive gate, as you know. So, if you want,
the Lehman Russ can make it bigger.
Yes. Yes, that's true. So yeah, overall, the special forces have engaged in successful guerrilla warfare and urban combat. Also, there was another crit, which was especially noteworthy, where a sergeant in the 1-4 Special Forces has broken lines and penetrated deeper into the urban area. They are essentially leading a small force behind enemy lines, disrupting and sowing confusion and chaos.
Nicely done.
So it's delaying the response a lot in terms of so it's going to give the forces more time to set up a proper like entrenched position, like a beachhead, from where you can start pushing out into the cities and urban area. Oh no, that's the signal corps. We'll leave them till last.
Yeah.
The engineer corps, there is nothing bad to say about them. My notes say fast, effective, holding up the core of battles and operations. The engineers are just digging trenches and building fortifications and
Drinking coffee
Yeah.
in the little cafe.
The recon corps have been noting enemy movements and like ambushes, traps, all these type of things. But you'll sense a bit of a narrative where everything is really great for the urban combat people, but not as good for everyone else. Like, you know, just in general. The main area of success has been around the tunnel and operations around the tunnel. So the recon's been really good helping the special forces like find traps and ambushes and like counteracting them. Not very effective as a combat force and taken heavy losses. So the armor corps have been the second most important thing holding the line at Vittelvase, the trench line by Vittelvase. Essentially, if it wasn't for the armor corps and the people who were about to speak about the artillery corps, you probably would have been pushed back from the trench line and had to retreat probably like further back to the river area, most likely. As things stand, you have managed to maintain that line. The other force is the other one is the main driving force, which main driving force holding the Caddick trench line from being pushed back, with a section of the 1-4 artillery there earning the nickname "Not Complete Bastards" by the infantry. You know how you all know how how you feel about the artillery when you're on the front lines and you have to rely on their things. But they've the armor corps and the artillery corps have been very, very good at hunting down tanks and neutralizing them when they are spearheading pushes against the trench line. Effectively, currently it's a stalemate, but yeah. The heavy weapon corps did really, really badly. Really badly. Difficulty on the front lines has meant that units have had a hard time making headway in the trenches, breaking the stalemate on Katik. There was also an anonymous request from someone in one of the regiments to send the Heavy Weapon Corps to Leyland 3 for training. And yes, finally, the Signal Corps. Operation updates are regular, so this is why you have all of this information currently.
Yes!
It is because the Signal Corps have been managed to set up relays to get you information as soon as possible.
What you mean to say is they finally succeeded.
However, battlefield comms have been severed, cut, and lost, especially regimental and corps intercommunications.
Okay, so we can now talk to the other planets, but as soon as you get into a fight, comms are useless again.
Yes.
And you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, like this is, you're getting very regular updates on the progress of the war. What I can tell you is that the operations in general are going pretty darn well, especially on Katik for the most part. Obviously, the trench line is at a standstill at the current moment in time, but that is majorly due to a stalemate and not to being pushed back. It was a little bit close, but the two things that have kind of held the line is the ability to like rotate troops who get injured so quickly. Which means, and also the attitude of the Iron Briggs has helped a lot, which is basically like, I've only lost like half of my hand, I can go back in and fight. And the Medicaid kind of like rotating and triaging in the appropriate manner, like for the situation. Basically sending injured people back to the front line has like held the line, along with the artillery and tanks, effectively neutralizing the enemy tanks, and the assault from the north and the south as a distraction by the Evergreen Legion has essentially meant that you've managed to weather the main like most recent push. You weren't able to counterattack as was the plan. Who's in charge of give me a moment here, I know it's in one of my many notes.
I think the 12th were pushing up here to the infiltration launch location.
The 12th are kind of like...
Pretty sure we already made it up there.
Makatilla had made it up to... Oh, one sec. Makatilla had made it up to Pilsade.
Yeah.
And now your forces are mostly pushing to in between Kilvarton and Hithenden and pacifying the area, and slowly pushing up towards the Vittelvase trench line.
Yeah. Although Makatilla is not on Katik anymore.
He is not. He has been reassigned. We'll talk about that soon. It's the Skillia Katik. So the person in charge was, I believe, Captain Devind, with Captain Stettin under. This is for the Katik trench line, which is majority Iron Briggs with some 1-4 and a little bit of 12th as well, I believe. Captain Devind essentially decided not to execute the counterattack just due to the number of losses you've taken and the fact that the enemy is heavily concentrated. Seemed like a better choice would be to have a little bit of a war of attrition. You have bigger guns, essentially better artillery. So it's like sit here for a bit and just bombard the enemy. Was the stance that she's taken. However, a direct order will countermand all that. If you want to send them over the top, then just let me know, and that's what they'll do next.
How did the attack from the side by the Evergreen Legion go?
They lost
Presumably
30,
they're all dead.
they lost 30,000 men, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Oof.
It was I believe we
It was
talked about
success
this.
for them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're probably feeling pretty happy about it. They sent 30,000, lost 30,000. It's a good day.
And the objective that they were going for was achieved. They distracted enough of the enemy force that they couldn't mount enough of an assault to break the trench line and push you back. So now we're gonna have most likely 12th and more 1-4, even more iron breaks, kind of like going up to that trench line. I assume you want to kind of establish a front line essentially.
Oh, and the 21st might be sent there now. So.
Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, and fun. In terms of that's Katic. We'll talk about like where you want to take your tactics and your operations. I think we can probably establish Operation Jungle Jump as a success, and then you can like decide what you want to do there, and we'll kind of walk on that. Obviously, the other one was Operation Ironfoot, which is, unless you wanted to declare it a success, because essentially it was the invasion to get as far as you could. So you can call that one a success and then reorganize and decide to, move things off in other directions and everything. Have a think about it. We'll come to that soon. And the situation on... Oh, no, that is Breaker's Yard. The situation on Oscilia is that the HQ has been set up. Midge Honey has been set up as a diversionary target. Essentially, with the help of the Evergreen Legion, it now looks like the main HQ base. If anyone's to attack somewhere, that will probably be the place that will be targeted.
Nice.
Additionally, Holtondo has been taken, and Arrowham has also been taken.
Look forward to not hearing about the details of that.
Is he actually gonna get his title bumped? That's gonna be the interesting thing.
I need to know. I want to know what he did, but
You know what he did. Do you need to know what he did?
yeah, I want to know what he did.
Would you like to find out from the man himself, or would you like to?
Yeah, he's gonna come to the, because I told him I had rules for what he was gonna do.
That's true. You did.
Actually, does the chat know?
The chat doesn't.
They don't know the original plan.
Yeah, you're the only one that knows. You and Sheepy, you didn't let us know either.
No, Lancaster and Vandy do not know. Bentham knows a little bit of the.
I don't know the
Tell
results.
me some
You don't know.
secrets, which I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear.
But we should probably reveal, because last time we didn't tell the chat what the actual plan was. So I think we should tell the chat finally after 4 weeks what the actual plan was, and then we can reveal to the rest of the cast and to the chat how it went.
Well, the plan was for the plan was for, is it Captain Macatilla now?
I will
Acting
Acting captain.
He's
Acting.
acting Captain Macatilla.
I think the promise was, that if it went successfully and that he was able to follow the directions, that he would maybe get title bumps.
So
But
yes,
the order was,
if
"Don't
he
kill
followed
anyone."
my no.
That's what he said. That's what she said to us. Like, that's what we know. But
No,
Yes.
yeah, it's a
Well,
lie.
kind of.
I lied. I 100% lied.
oh yeah, I'm sure you 100% did.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm getting too
it's
random.
so. All right, so let's go. It's acting Captain Macatilla. The plan that I was told about, we can reveal. The conditions were to make sure that at least half of the population was still alive
Yes.
and ready to work, like
Yes.
able to be working for us. So the original plan is some fucking war crimes.
Wait, do you know what he planned to do?
Yeah, you told me. We discussed this.
Okay.
But I just don't know how it went, and I don't know if it actually happened.
Would you? Okay. Let us.
I want to hear from Vandy's perspective, and then I want Sheepy to tell us what happened.
So if my memory serves me correctly, which it doesn't often, so correct me if I'm wrong.
I feel like we need to RP the scene though with the two of them because it's gonna be great.
Well, let me tell you guys the plan first, because the plan already, like, I'm not gonna repeat that out. So on this little island here, this is where Makatilla was supposed to be.
Yes.
He was going to take which one first? Was it
Holtondo?
Holtondo first.
Yeah.
So the idea was that he'd find a way. I can't exactly remember how, but he'd take Holtondo and essentially say to Eroam, is that how you say it? Eroam. He'd contact the people of Eroam over here and say, all right, we've captured Holtondo. If you don't surrender, you know, we're essentially going to, like, storm the city and basically kill you all. However, because he didn't kill everyone in Holtondo, instead of taking our own troops to go and attack Eroam, he's going to take the citizens of Holtondo and pit them against Eroam. And once they finally realized that, oh shit, that's our sister city and all of our sister city, you know, citizens, then they might, you know, they might surrender. Right? Is that kind of the general gist
That's
of it?
some dark shit, Andy.
Listen.
I remember why I put the labels on like that now, the war crimes, and not actually some war crimes.
It's also worse than that. So yeah.
Yeah, there's I'm sure I'm missing. That's like very overview.
Someone in chat said the Geneva Convention is a checklist for him.
It's, you know,
haven't done that yet. Bucket list.
Oh my god. Now I want to take a look at the Geneva Convention.
Oh no.
Just for inspiration, you know, like.
Should we? Would you like to find out yourself through your information network what happened, or would you like to meet Makatilla when he comes back and get it from him?
I feel like if I get it from him, I'm gonna end up being in a precarious spot. So let's see.
It's better to be informed.
Yeah. See if my info network can get me the info.
Okay. Please roll me a command.
Where am I here?
Any pluses for having freely?
I take a +10 for freely because he is a gossipy little.
He is a gossipy little bitch, isn't he?
Oh.
4.7 degrees of success.
Okay, hell yeah. So I'll take you through the details of what happened essentially. You gave Makatilla 5,000 troops, sent him to Holtondo and to Eroheim with the express orders: you can't kill everyone, at least half of the population has to survive and be able to work. So what he did is he encircled Holtondo and sieged it. At the same time, he offered them an offer of surrender, which they refused. They vowed to fight him on the beaches, fight him on the mountains, all that kind of nonsense. He then set his men to burning and scouring the entire landscape around Holtondo and massacred everyone in the area.
Right, the farmers. I forgot about that.
Yeah. He then came back and said to them, surrender, otherwise I'll do the same thing to your city. They surrendered after a little bit of fighting and some deaths, and he gathered them all up, put some like sticks and scythes and whatnot into their hands, and then said to them, if you can take the city over there, meaning Eroheim, I'll let you go. And you'll be able to do whatever you want. We won't bother you anymore. You'll be free. Basically, he set the entire city to assault the other city. The other city having defenses and guns and whatnot. Kind of massacred those civilians. He then went to Eroheim and encircled them and basically sent 10 survivors from Holtondo in to tell them what he'd done and to offer them surrender. And if they accept it the first time, he wouldn't do the same thing to that city and send them off to a new city to go and attack that city. And they surrendered.
So half the population lived because
Half the population survived. Yeah. I told you it was gonna be fucked up.
He did his job.
He also lost about 1,000 men. Like
1,000 men.
Like all told, yeah.
How many did he
What?
have?
5,000.
5,000. Wait, let me double check those numbers. It might be 750.
He lost 10 last time.
He lost 25 last time.
Sorry, 25.
And he killed those.
Well, put it this way, it won't be as suspicious as it was before. The rest of us.
His KDR is going lower. I don't like it.
Yeah, sorry, he lost 750, not 1,000.
Oh, okay. Well, still. So he has 4,250 left.
Hmm.
And how many
He's
people?
got 4,250.
How many people did he manage to capture / enslave from
Sure.
the city?
The entire city of Erohem, which you know is like
Population ish.
a good like 30 to 40,000 probably. If you split it in two, it can, you know, they can repopulate the other city, I guess. It depends how you wanna like you wanna go with that.
I feel like this commander, this acting captain, is the entire reason why people are rebelling against the Imperium.
Quite
Well,
possible.
can't rebel if you're dead.
Or the entire reason no one will ever rebel against them again. But yeah, so that's
All right.
That's essentially the information you receive.
Well, I am a woman of my word. He will get captaincy.
No.
He is now Captain Makatilla.
The power. He's gonna come take your job.
He's not going to take my job. He's captain. And he's going to be put on rest for now because he's done enough of his job.
You want to recall him or just stand him down on Oscilia?
I'm going to stand him down on Ascilia.
Okay.
He can just, he can help, you know, now that he's done that, he can help manage it for a little bit.
Okay.
So he can split up the people, make them kind of do the work there, and they're already afraid of him. So that's a really good motivator.
No argument. You put him up as like I just see in the future when you guys as probably like commanders are like conquering planets with your individual regiments. You're just like, Makatilla, go take that planet, but only kill half the population. And then like a couple billion die, and you're like, and now you're governor because they fear you. It's just like that poor planet.
Wait, hang on.
You know what? Like, he's done his job.
Yeah.
A promise is a promise. I'm not gonna go back on that, especially because I don't want his wrath. And so long as I can make him do what he needs to do and do like without too much interference, we're good.
That's fair.
Is Makatilla Thanos now? Goes to a planet, kills half, moves
Oh
on.
my god. Yes, I have my very own Thanos.
No one should have that.
I
type
don't
of
know
power.
if that's something to be proud of.
I am
Question mark.
very happy about this, actually.
Oh no.
You know, it's good. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, just make sure he doesn't fall to chaos, because.
Yeah, that would be a problem. That's why I'm trying to like get him to sit back for a little bit, because if he goes on too much of a rampage, like don't worry about this kid.
Oh yeah.
So now
Okay.
he'll get to. He's done his work.
So the next thing we should touch upon is reinforcements. Additionally, there are a couple of things we need to do. So, could everyone roll me a d5, please?
No.
Got a 1.
I got a 3.
A 3.
And please remove that percentage you rolled from your munitions and support equipment.
No.
Nope.
Sad.
Okay.
This is due to the supply lack from munitions and logistics.
So that much
respectively.
percentage or that?
Yeah. So if you're on like 33%, it would be, if you rolled a 2, then it would be 31%.
Okay.
It kind of checks out, to be honest, considering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mine's
Too
an
bad.
86
Yeah.
and an 81 though.
Those were
Yeah,
my two
still
best
pretty
stats,
good.
so that's
Pretty
not
My
bad.
munitions are at 39%. My
Ooh.
support equipment's at 47% now.
Yeah, I'm still loaded.
To be fair though, you have deployed the most significant force out of all of the regiments. On the Katic force is pretty chunky.
You know, I think I'm doing pretty well here. Like I've taken a lot of ground.
Yeah.
You know, with the 12th here. I feel like I deserve a promotion. Just saying.
I just want to point out my operation has been the most successful.
Yeah.
You want to talk about KDR? You want to talk about success? You want to talk about cities taken?
I have infiltrated Katic
You
with Lime.
not just infiltrated, you've essentially created a beachhead for which to conquer the entirety of the urban area. With like hopefully. It might turn into a bit of a meat grinder though.
It's funny, on one side
You've
we're
taken
like,
some outskirts cities, Vandy. It's okay.
I've taken some important outskirts cities, and I've also prepared a beachhead so that we could get into Katic. And
you did create a beachhead.
preparing to create a beachhead.
preparing to create a
Yes,
beachhead.
preparing to create a beachhead.
Yeah. And I did it all while losing very few people. Okay? Just saying.
Speaking of losing
Oh my
people,
gosh! Whenever y'all are done swinging your peens around,
Listen.
jeez.
My E-peen is huge.
speaking
I imagine this being RP'd out.
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, little tiny oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Versus-
Lancaster versus Primer just sitting there being like, well, I did it without any like, just so angry.
That's only because you count as half because you're half the size.
Speaking of losing people, could everyone please roll me a d5 and a d10?
That lollipop is going crazy. Your mouth is turning blue.
Mhm.
Roll the d5 first, and then we'll do
D5
the
first?
afterwards. Yeah.
Another 3. Very consistent today.
I'm very consistent as well. Oh, never mind. 5. Oh no.
Okay.
No.
So add that percentage to
Ah.
your
You tricky bastard.
add that percentage to your manpower.
Oh,
Dope.
As these are new recruits, drummed up by the calling corps, who have done a very good job of getting you new recruits.
This is working
Aye.
out well
Here's
for me.
Here's
I
my
had-
D10 as well.
I had too much support equipment and munitions and not enough manpower. Now they're realigning.
Vandy, I got the same number as you this time.
Dope.
I got a 4.
Great minds.
Let's
5.
hope
Middle of the
D10.
ground. I like that I'm in the middle on these long, big numbers that freak me out. Not sure what Shimi's got planned.
So this is unfortunate. Lieutenant Lancaster, Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster, you have lost. And this is like comes in with the injury reports, and you lost Sergeant Smythe.
What?
Dead to enemy fire in the trench line.
We can't do our Smythe episode.
You lost one of your Smythes.
No. The guy who ran through artillery. No.
Killed in tank action. Essentially.
I took a tank to take him down.
No.
Sorry.
Not him. He's gonna have
He went on a crazy mission.
This guy's gonna have the funeral of the century, though. Like slideshow and everything.
Were high numbers good or bad in this one?
I think
Probably
bad.
bad.
Probably.
It might just be like which person on your list dies.
Oh yeah, it could be that. Oh no.
In which case,
I
high
don't...
would probably mean lower ranked people. I could be entirely off the mark though.
Where's Smythe on your list? Because I can't even
He's
see
under
him.
sergeants.
I
just
have
crossed him out.
I have a different list. Lieutenant Colonel Primer, in your sorry, dude. In your like after action casualty reports, you have a heavily injured Staff Sergeant Blockade
No, not blockade!
and a dead Lieutenant Counter.
Lieutenant Counter. Counter's not in the lieutenant.
Is in my list.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh no, not Counter.
You may have promoted him, and I didn't get the memo.
I gotta find him. Counter is lieutenant. No, not Counter!
I like the realism in bad military communication.
I do what I can. Let's keep going through here. Ooh, Bentham. So unfortunate.
I rolled a
roll for
lower
you,
number
possibly.
and I'm concerned now.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look here.
How do you do the strike through?
You do the strike through by Alt Shift 5, or you can highlight it and then use the strike through option.
Alt Shift 5.
Lieutenant Colonel Lime.
Uh-huh.
You have a injured, so essentially off his command for now, Captain Woodford.
Damn.
He was in charge of second company.
We got desert coming up. He's good at desert.
Yeah. And a killed Lieutenant Spot.
Oh no!
Sorry.
He was my go through anything guy.
Yeah.
Wait, why did Vandy not, I rolled the same number, only got an injured person or a dead person?
It's due to the amount of engagement you have as well. In the last set, Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster had less troops directly involved in like frontline combat, so there's less of a chance of death. So finally,
It's a bad day for the Katic offensive.
the Katic offensive is the only real place of combat. Ascilia has had minimal casualties.
I was
basically.
already transferring people away from that front. Both people that are down
Yeah.
were from that. The only person I have in command now on that front is Joseph Wickham.
You have Captain Burr. Oh wait, did you?
I transferred Burr over to
You
the tunnel.
transferred Burr. Yeah.
It's just
That's
Wickham.
fair.
I'm gonna be like, hey, Captain Burr, can you go back? They all died.
That's not
Um,
promising for him. He's gonna. Do I want to?
Yeah, especially when he was like being transferred to somewhere with less combat. This is excellent, sir. Thank you.
So
I'm ready.
I'm just having a look here.
Carl Spot was my guy
Very
that,
blue.
that could like get through any terrain.
Burr was also really happy to see his son, if I remember right.
Yeah. Well, no, he was happy that his son was not in the fighting whatsoever, so I
Yes.
kept his son on Breaker's Yard.
Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker, in your after action casual, it's not even after action, the action's still going on. You lost Lieutenant Fidelere.
What?
Tried to lead an assault on a trench and got caught in an ambush, and the squad was destroyed and was killed in action.
Oh no.
Which is, I don't think you had the entirety of the information on Fidelere.
No.
Takes initiative often, impulsive, can fall into traps.
Mm.
So.
I got just an initiative part of Fiddlery. But Fiddlery has been with me since the beginning.
Yeah.
So long. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have a memorial, that's for sure.
And it was Sergeant Tangman wounded in action.
Oh.
Nothing serious, but out of the front lines, essentially going to be in hospitalized for a fair while.
Make a note. They're wounded.
So that's the current injuries, deaths, and everything. Sorry to be the bearer of bad. I feel like has anyone seen We Were Soldiers? The taxi guy who's like, I'm just doing my job. Yeah, that. So, on to other news. I'm not going to say better news. On to other news.
Man, Tingerman's bad to lose too, because he's very good at like fixing problems and stuff on the fly.
Oh, the number we rolled was the lieutenant that we lost. Yep, because I counted down number 8.
I mean, I think it's probably based on Sheepy's list as much as
it's based on my list. My list is slightly different, so it may correlate.
Person, but that could have been a coincidence with my 4th.
Yeah, it was my second lieutenant.
If I had lost Sneak, Sheepy.
I know, man, I know. Well, I mean, like you gotta send them out into combat, otherwise you can't use them. But if
he's on Ascilia, Aurelia, Armadillo.
Oh, there's a very sweet little salute for all the.
Losing a
all the
lieutenant sucks, man. That's
not
right.
great. But I mean, if you lose a major, oof, that's
Oh, that's worse. I only have one, so that would be bad.
I only have one as well.
Speaking of which, would you like to know your 3 new officers who have joined you?
Yeah.
I think I'm ready to type.
Okay, so we will start with the 21st.
Oh, hi.
Hello there. So you have in your new wave of officers, FNGs, you have Major Havoc.
Ooh, I like that name. Okay.
Captain Gopher.
All right.
And Lieutenant Bird.
Okay.
And I can give you the basic information of one of them off the rip without the need for a roll. So
do I get the pick or?
Yes, you can pick which one.
I'm going to go with Havoc.
Okay. He's very good at sowing confusion and keeping the enemy destabilized.
Ah, so send him into the urban area. Got it.
Maybe.
He's reading some extra things that are bad, I'm presuming.
Sowing confusion and keeping enemy destabilized.
Oh god, we've already got Lieutenant Burbs in the chat. So
I have a friend whose name on Twitch is Bird, so that's really funny. I'm gonna make him do a whole bunch of stuff.
Lieutenant.
Can his number be 650?
Sure.
Yes.
I will change
why 650?
That's literally his Twitch name.
Bird 650.
Yes.
Oh my god.
We're all gonna look him up now.
I switched the number in my notes, so it's now 650.
Perfect.
So on to the Iron Brigade. Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker, you have Major Thale Graf.
Can you spell that for me?
I will throw it in the Twitch chat for everyone.
Major. Damn.
Yeah.
Thale
Finally.
Graf.
Graph. Major. All right. Do I need to roll something to figure out more info on them?
We have two more.
Okay.
So you also have Captain Albert Greaves.
That name.
I
Tell you
think I
what,
know how to spell that.
I'll throw them in the.
Okay. I spelled that one right.
And then you
Yeah.
have Lieutenant Brunhild X.
All right.
And if you like, you may have some basic information about one of them.
Oof. If I have to know basic information about only one of them, I think I'm gonna go with my major.
Makes sense. Expert at rallying and recovering.
Ooh. So if you get pushed back, they lead the charge returning.
Cool.
Essentially, what you can take from that is if they if the troops are retreating, they're very good at like stopping the retreat and then resurging back to come back from that.
All right.
Onwards to the 12th. What horrific new troopers have I got in store for you?
Oh,
Lieutenant
yes.
Colonel Lancaster. I've got 3 more Macatillas from the Macatilla clan.
So,
Oh my
so
gosh.
we currently have
There's-
Jason Macatilla, we're gonna have Jackson Macatilla, and we're gonna have Jeremiah Macatilla, just a whole bunch of J's.
No, we're gonna get a Macachilla up in here.
Oh, he
Macachilla.
just like always has the leaf available.
So,
Chill out, man.
Macachilla, yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
you
though.
have Major Phelan McCracken.
You're posting these in the chat, or am I? Okay.
I've put them in the. Yeah.
Phelan McCracken.
Yes, his name is Major McCracken.
McCracken.
Release
I love
the
it.
McCracken.
Release the
McCrackalacken.
McCracken. I love
He's gonna McCracken some heads open.
it. Hell yeah.
You then have Captain Colin Fanini.
Oh, they better be good
Captain.
at cooking some paninis.
Carlin Fanini.
Is it Funini? Oh, Finini.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fanini. He's definitely.
Funini.
I feel like he's definitely like a water dude.
And then you finally have Lieutenant Ronan Hines.
Which, in hindsight, might be a great lieutenant to have there, right? I'm just saying. Okay, no.
And make
I
sure
don't
to
really
catch
get
up with Heinz.
I
Maybe
prefer
he
Grace.
likes ketchups.
Maybe he's got a
Run
nice
in the
hiney.
Heinz. Ooh.
Oh,
bring up the rear.
I should totally have had a Captain Grace and then a Lieutenant Hines.
Heinz? Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
So I get to know something about one of them.
Basic information about one of them, yeah.
So wait a second. So now I have 3 majors, which is kind of a lot.
Oh, nice.
Thaltree, Coolin Leans, and Fowlin McCracken. I feel like we'd be remiss not to know about the McCracken.
Okay. Leads by example, inspiring.
That's handy.
That's what I'm getting. He's off. Is he like just a better what's his face? Benabach
Cumberbatch. You were gonna say Cumberbatch.
I was gonna say
That's what I was
Cumberbatch.
ready to
At what point does it say that Lieutenant Benapatch Cumberdict is inspiring or leads by example?
He's a movie star.
He doesn't lead by example, though.
He definitely
He does not lead
No,
by
he does not.
He's also not that inspiring to literally any soldier who's talked to him for more than 5 seconds.
He's a little wacky.
Yeah, but most soldiers probably haven't talked to him for more than 5 seconds. I'm hoping. The
reason he's
been
effective
trying
is he helps you get supplies because he's famous and has connections to your higher up families.
I mean, he's
and he's
also,
good to have on posters.
He's also a shadow on the wind, so that helps.
What? And he's got
Just make sure he's doing rest and rear action.
Yeah.
maybe with Ronan
With
Hines.
Heine.
Yeah.
Hines, yeah.
Leads by example, inspiring. Cool.
So finally, we have the 1-4. Lieutenant Colonel Lime, are you ready for your troopers?
Yep, let's do it.
You have Major Ainsley Sutton.
Heather, is that another lollipop? Or is that the same one?
Another one.
Man, we're all on a bit of a sugar kick today. I love it.
You have.
I blame you all for the donut conversation.
I can't wait for my
Right.
Cinnabons to come in.
I've already got some donuts. I'm gonna grab one at the break.
We were
Yeah.
talking behind the scenes. We're like, food.
You have Captain Marley Wolf.
Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh,
Lime has like the serious people names, I feel like.
Hmm.
And Lieutenant Harper Winstone.
Got a major and a captain and a lieutenant. Dang.
Due to the roles for the rear guard, everyone got a major, a captain, and a lieutenant.
Nice.
In future times, we'll see how it goes. But
That's good. We got some like high profile folks.
And yeah,
I feel like
I got
Havoc doesn't listen to orders.
How many majors do you have, Lime?
I got 2 now. This is. I had
Oh,
one
okay.
before.
You're in the same boat as me. I thought you were.
starting to hoard his majors.
Right. I gotta know.
sound-
Look,
about,
we're all
somehow-
trying to.
I gotta know about my major. What's Ainsley Satone about?
Hive combat specialist.
Hive combat specialist. Damn.
That's an
jackpot.
Acilia vibes right there.
That's an
a
Ascilia,
great
boy.
person. Yeah, get that
Or-
person in the war.
I mean, the other option is because of the setup, Breaker's Yard. Just in case.
True.
Like, if,
It's for
you know,
training.
In the back pocket. It's like,
Yeah.
hey Ainsley, you're assigned to Acilia, but prepare a report on a potential assault of Breaker's Yard. You know, keep it all hush hush. Don't show it to any of the local recruits.
So let's see if we can get some additional information just through basically onboarding them into your regiments. So would everyone please roll me a command, just a flat command.
I didn't even open my character sheet today.
Oh my god, Maggie.
Okay.
That's a
Oh,
super
wait.
crit
That's
one
a
for
crit.
Maggie.
Yep.
Crit one. Finally, I have like 3 checks in the damn command, and I was rolling negatives somehow. Remember that?
As Tyler rolls a negative.
I gotta get my
No,
sheet up.
so-
I rolled
92.
92.
You do
I'm
have
gonna
you do have
I'm gonna use
rerolls.
one of my fate points just for the hell of it.
That's
We
fine.
have 2 rerolls, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But feel lucky. The regular cast do not have rerolls at all, so they get some horrific rolls they have to keep.
Oh no, because they're just
Holy shit.
Hey, Bentham, we
Weird.
failed the same mount now.
Were there any modifiers?
they're just sergeants, right?
No.
Okay,
Or the
damn it.
troopers.
It's fine. You can reroll with a fate point if you like.
I'm gonna re-roll because wait, actually, what was my?
You got a 62.
I can do better. I'm re-rolling.
Well, yeah.
You could do worse.
If this is knowing about my new people, right?
Yes.
Sandy speaking
Yeah, I
the
want to
truth.
re-roll this. I have enough trouble with that anyway. I
he
did
did worse.
You did
My-
worse.
minus 2.1.
You basically went back up towards where Tyler started.
Damn it.
Just did a little switcheroo.
Okay, so let's start off with the 12th. You can find out about one of your officers, Lieutenant Lancaster. It doesn't have to be a new one. Just
No.
you know, depends what you know and where and how.
Let's see. Yeah, so I don't think I know anything about Fingon. Oh, but I want to know about Fanini.
Fanini?
I want to know about Fanini.
All right. Captain Colin Fanini is strict to the rules. Very disciplined and is nicknamed the Executioner.
I love all of our facial expressions with that was said. We're like, what?
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. So he's like a straight and narrow Makatilla?
Maybe. You'd need better rolls.
Fuck. Okay.
Maybe a sniper.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh my god, my tongue is so blue.
I know.
You're
I keep
whole-
noticing
Yeah, when you
it.
open your mouth, it's like you ate a Smurf or something.
That's a dark smurf.
The Tyranids are here.
It's their blood. Their blood is darker.
So this is interesting because it's a super crit. Lieutenant Rickenbacker, you may find out everything about 2 or good information about 4 of your troops,
Oh, damn.
of your officers.
Mm.
That's why
I think I'm-
re-rolled. Hoping
I
for
think
that.
I'm gonna do 4 is nice though.
Hmm.
I think knowing the good things about people is kind of good, but knowing the bad things is also
If
handy.
you
I think
do-
I'm gonna do 2, and I'm gonna go with Captain Prager and Captain Greaves. I feel like knowing all the things about my captains would be handy.
Okay. Captain Fiat Prager is a winter specialist and has extreme mobility in winter conditions.
I have him in the wrong place.
Oh,
Gonna move him.
you may choose someone else then if you already have that information. Oh wait, sorry, you're saying you have him in. Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, I have him in. I'm utilizing him incorrectly. Sorry.
I thought you already had his details on the list, and
No,
you were
no,
like,
no,
oh,
no.
okay.
Um,
And the other one was Captain Albert
Captain
Greaves.
Greaves. Yeah, Greaves.
Fast deployment comes with a mechanized infantry section, and is bad at static defenses.
So he needs somebody who understands defense. Okay.
Or just don't have him defend anywhere.
Yeah, just always on the attack. Actually, I think where I was originally going to put him is going to be perfect. So.
So essentially, Captain Greaves comes with a decent retinue of chimeras with like troops to fill. So essentially, pretty mobile and pretty decently like defended by the chimeras and everything. So.
Nice.
And for our unfortunate failures, let's start with the 21st. You could get information. I can't promise how accurate the information will be on one.
Bird.
Bird? It's good in the air.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
by
put
the way-
up in the air.
Was there any negative stuff for Fiat, or is it just that he's a winter specialist and that's it?
Specialist, yeah.
Okay.
Not all of them have like significant drawbacks. And for the 1-4, same thing. I can give you information. I can't promise how accurate it will be.
Oh dear. Well, let's see if we can get anything about Marley Wolf.
Okay. Seems to know a lot about orcs.
Oh.
You got an Eldar guy.
Have I got
and now
another
you got
one?
an
Is he
orc
gonna come in like
guy.
it's orcs?
It's orcs, everybody.
Well, I'm
Well,
walking to the cafeteria one time and it's Scriven and Wolf yelling about, like, it's Eldar! No, it's orcs! He's actually just an orc in disguise. He just really, really believes hard that he looks like he's a guardsman.
Okay. So, next up, we need to devote, as the campaign goes on, we need to devote a little bit of time to where your efforts are focused. There are a lot of reports coming through. There's a lot of kind of like intel and you know, details on the action reports from both of the planets. Intel on, like, you know, recon squads and special forces and things happening on Breaker's Yard. So, my question is, where would your focus be? If you want to look inwards to your own regiment, you can find out more about your officers. If you want to focus on intel, you can spend your time sifting through the intel. If you want to spend your time going through recon reports, you can find out about enemy activity and movements. For this instance, we'll say one for each of you as commanders. Commanders of your regiment.
Like, I want to look inwards. I've got to.
I want to know more about the cool officers.
I've got some gaps in my knowledge, and also I need to work out. Suddenly, Joseph Wickham is the sole 1-4 responsible for our aspect of the Katic offensive. I gotta check if he's up to the task. And if not, who can get in there and take command?
Is Wickham in the urban area?
No, he's on the big offensive in the west. I've got plenty going on the east side. I could probably transfer people back from that to there, but I don't want to because the east is going well and I don't want to mess it up.
Mm-hmm.
But I could take Robert Burr out there because I have Dora Clemens. They're both captains, so I have 2 captains assigned to that. I could take 1 captain off and put them back on the west. And I've got a spare captain, except he's an orc specialist apparently, so...
She, actually.
Oh, I see.
Marley, you know.
Right.
So, it's gonna end with the marriage of Scriven and Marley Wolf. Together they'll combine to form a force of anti-Eldar and orc. Because, you know, those bastards work together all the time.
Conspiracy theories they could create together.
So yes, Lieutenant Colonel Lime, what would you like to do?
I want to learn more about my officers, particularly want to know about Joseph Wickham.
Okay.
And then from there, maybe look more. Harper Winston as well because I don't know about them. And then maybe Lieutenant Reese, because I struggled to find stuff last time. What I found is they're hard to pin down, but I think that was in the terms of it was hard for us to pin them down.
Possibly. You rolled a failure, I seem to remember, so it's like the whole bird good in the air thing. It's like, what the hell does that mean?
I'm half expecting the bird thing to be misdirect, and they're actually fantastic.
Can fly, has wings.
And I was imagining they're fantastic at anti-air, and then it's a joke that they're called bird.
Yeah. Or maybe he just likes to flip off officers. Who knows? So I will say, if you want to find out in depth about one, I'll just let that be a thing. If you'd like to have a little gamble, you can roll, and with significant successes, you can find out more about multiple.
Let's try the roll.
Oh, okay.
If it's a command, then I've got better odds of succeeding than failing.
It is a command, and with the time spent, you can take a +10.
Okay. Don't fail me now, dice. Oh, that's not.
I did bless this episode with sheep dice at the beginning of the show.
3.1.
Okay. You may find out fairly in detail about 3. Or you can still take the complete about 1.
I'll go for in-depth about Joseph Wickham, Harper Winston, and Lieutenant Reese.
Lieutenant Reese. Didn't you want to know about Oh yeah. Wait, look, where's Lieutenant Reese? Why do I not have them on my list? Oh, do you mean Lieutenant Reeve?
Oh, I might have misspelled. Oh yeah, I think it is Reeve, and I must have just
Yeah.
mistyped when I was transferring them.
Okay.
I was thinking like, is it Reese? Yeah, it's Reeve. I'm a derp.
Okay, so just for the sake of tension, which one do you want first?
Let's go for Joseph Wickham.
Okay.
So,
Joseph
like,
Wickham.
as soon as Lime gets the news that like, no, Woodford is down and Carl Spot is dead, he's like, Garnet, get me anything you have on Joseph Wickham. Is he gonna crumble or are we okay?
Carl Spot was a really unfortunate loss because he's like Forder, siege expert, and tunneling. Although I guess he kind of did his work.
It would have been nice to keep. It would have been nice to maybe transfer him to Acilia and have some fun there.
So Joseph Wickham, Lieutenant, is an urban combat specialist and fortification expert.
Okay. How does he seem to be taking the fact that he's now in command on the Western Front?
Not great. You know what? Given the fact that he's in command and also I'll give you the like drawback for him. He hasn't done well out in the open. He is agoraphobic.
Right. Okay.
So,
I know.
He's had difficulty leading in these kind of situations.
Yeah.
I think we
need to
know
take
of an
him off.
area where urban stuff is needed now.
And he can spend lots of time in small dark holes.
In that case, Lime is probably like, all right, take Wickham off the Western Front, send him over to the Eastern. You can have some fun in the city there. Make sure his spot is filled by. Now, Robert Burr is not going to be good at commanding the whole operation. Ah, crap. There's no one good to replace him. Okay, hold off on that. Let's see if Harper Winston's any good, and if they are, if they or Reeve are a good fit, then I'll transfer them in Wickham's place. We'll have a lieutenant commanding that force. Sure.
Okay. Lieutenant Harper Winston is special forces trained and has a small but elite unit of drop troops at his command.
That's not what I need, but that is good.
Sheepy, that isn't what I want. I want a commander. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of good people good for the Eastern Front.
I mean, the drop troops are probably the most useful on Ascilia.
Yeah, they can be used there too.
And also keep in mind that these are like their benefits. It doesn't mean, unless they have specific bad traits like agoraphobic, or like
they've got some versatility.
Like Captain Robert Burr is great at small specific tasks. So he's kind of like a good combat leader, right?
It depends on what sort of combat it is.
Yeah.
If I give him the entire 1-4 operation on
Yeah,
the
that's-
western
that's-
push, then he's not going to be any good at that, because that's
Yeah.
just handling lots of different battlefields and lots of different forces.
But you have other people who may not be like perfect, but it doesn't mean they're detrimental in a command position.
Yeah, it just feels like a
It is-
waste.
It is nice. Yeah, I know what you mean. It is nice to have people, settled for the things that they're good at. And the other one was Lieutenant Reeve, I believe.
Yep.
Counter-attacking, quick organization, and mobility over any terrain.
Okay. Oh, a replacement for Carl Spot.
Not necessarily good at combat in any terrain, just good at mobility over the terrain.
I think that's what Carl Spot had, at least according to my original notes on it.
Carl's spot was Forder, Siege Expert, and Tunneler.
So, give me the Reeve stuff again.
Counter-attacking, quick organization, and mobility over any terrain.
Okay.
Just so people who don't know 40k know, drop troops are essentially like paratroopers, except for they have like jetpacks that slow their descent instead of like a parachute. So they essentially jump out of aircraft and then slowly descend as their jetpack turns on, and then they kind of go off and act like regular infantry, but drop troops.
Okay, so Lime tells his adjutant, alright, take Joseph Wickham off the Western Front in Katik, replace him with Dora Clemens. We're past the need for jungle fighting on the Eastern Front now. See if they're any good on the West. Also, transfer Argon King to the Western Front of Katik as well.
Who are you taking off? You're taking Burr off command, right?
No, I'm leaving Burr on the Eastern Front. I'm taking Dora Clemens off the Eastern Front, moving them to the Western.
Okay.
Because what I have for them is they're probably good at jungle and forest fighting. We're not doing any jungle and forest fighting now. We finished that part.
Oh, mostly.
I'm going to move Argon King to the Katik Western Front as well from Acilia, because he's bad at defense, but he's good at offense. And I think he might be needed to turn things around over there.
Okay.
And Joseph Wickham can go to the Eastern Front and see if he does a better job of that. And he'll be in a nice confined space. He arrives, he goes in a fort, he travels through a tunnel into a city. It's perfect. It's his dream job.
Perfect. Yeah. All right.
Don't worry, he'll have friends from the 21st doing the same thing.
Nice.
And
Okay.
seeing as I've got some new people to assign, I'm gonna send Ainsley Satone, the major, to Acilia. Put them in charge of cracking the hive, or the hives, the different hive components.
Yeah.
When the time comes. I'm not sure if we're doing it yet, but
Okay.
preparing for that. Marley Wolf can
Got
go.
2 mages over there. Okay.
Yeah, well, Ainsley's an obvious one to send to Acilia, and Ty
That's-
Dukes is already there, and
Yeah,
it is my main operation, so maybe I just,
You could pull Ty Dukes back
yeah.
to put on Katik for an overall command with the solid doesn't panic. Wait, how much do you have? I don't want to give it all away.
Cool under fire, great when static, bad at moving, use them for defense or siege.
Yes. Okay, then you have the majority of Ty Dukes. Would be good on the Western Front as you're slowly moving up, and depending on how you.
Let's do it. We'll move them to
Okay.
Katik. I don't want to switcheroo too much because I feel like that's got its own detrimental elements, but
It does. But in this instance.
I don't know. it's probably for the best because Dora Clemens, the captain, I don't really know much about them apart from they might be good at jungle and forest fighting, which doesn't come into play anymore. So if they're bad at command or something, then yeah, maybe best to put the more proven major in there.
Yeah.
And Chuck Marley Wolf in Australia, I don't know what they're about apart from orcs maybe, so we'll just see what they do.
Okay. Orcs maybe. That's lovely.
Harper Winston. Oh, there's a lot of fun things to do with that. Put them on Katik Eastern.
Eastern. Okay. That is.
Because
There we
apparently
go.
they're good at commanding a small force. That seems like a good. I mean, that's already apparently the trend there. We've already got someone for a guy running off with a small group into the middle of the city. Why not make it official and send a?
That was not my fault. That was the bloody Special Forces rearguard rolling crits and stuff. I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, might as well give them a special forces lieutenant to get involved and help out.
Oh. Okay. Very nice. And sorry, Captain Wolf was going to Scylla?
Yes.
Okay.
Mainly so I can see if they do great or terrible, and then infer from that if they're good there.
Alright.
And also just because I'm taking a little bit away from Acilia, might as well put something back in.
Alright. In that case, let us move onwards to the 21st.
Cool. I have some promotions that are happening because
Ooh.
of some deaths.
Oh, okay.
Blockade is moving up to being a lieutenant. I know he's injured, but he is now a lieutenant. And to replace him in the staff sergeant pool, because I lost counter, is Corporal Phalanges is now going to be a staff sergeant. After being under the tutelage
Okay.
of Deadfall, Phalanges is getting promoted.
You need to let them know. That's funny.
So, sorry, that was Bulwark is going to lieutenant?
Blockade is lieutenant.
Blockade,
Bulwark
sorry.
is already a captain.
Yes. Sorry.
So Phalanges made staff sergeant. Shoulders will become a corporal now.
Noted.
Legs is staying as a corporal. He's a runner. He's specialized in a runner. And Appendix can stay as a sergeant for now.
Okay, so Staff Sergeant
Phalanges.
Phalanges. Oh.
Yeah. Update is Build Up is going to leave Breaker's Yard and join the Urban Combat.
Ooh, okay.
In Katik. So. And along with him is going to be this was the part that I was trying to remember who I wanted to put in there. I think I was gonna put
Build Up's a good choice.
Bridgehead with him,
Bridgehead.
who's also leaving
Okay.
Breaker's Yard. And guess what? This is why I promoted Phalanges. Phalanges is going with them as well.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm going to hate to have to the Phalanges was Katie's character, right? KPP.
No,
No, Tash is.
Tash. Oh god, that's gonna be even worse. I'll see
that's
Tash
the trap
tomorrow.
person. That's the trap.
Yeah.
Traps. So I figured that would be useful inside with Urban Combat and Bridgehead.
That's very true. But I don't want to have to tell Tash I've killed her character.
Well,
So-
you can tell her that her character got promoted to staff sergeant, is now the highest
We
promoted
did.
from her unit.
Yeah,
So,
we told her.
Yeah.
so
You know, one funny thing is her character, due to the gameplay, is super paranoid and suspicious of spies within the regiment.
Yeah.
So
And rightly so. It's full of cavalcadre.
Avocadre are fucking everywhere, man.
and I mean, on top of that, that's good to have within the walls of the confines of the area. You know, if
Yeah.
they're suspicious of everybody, then they're gonna make sure nobody gets in that should.
reminds me of that Call of Duty, trust no one, not even yourself. And
Phalanges went from corporal to staff sergeant. She was under the tutelage of Deadfall, so at least
That's
for a
true.
while. So I hope Deadfall, did good stuff, because Deadfall is also a captain.
Deadfall is a captain. And
So there was some really good tutelage that had to have happened in the last while of whatever length of time this war was going on.
So just one thing we will need to go over is like casualties. You have taken some casualties in your Operation Jungle Jump.
Yeah.
You have a total of 600, 700 troops.
I had reinforced them last time. I forget the amount that I did, so...
Right. We can kind of retroactively, if you want to like add some people in for the push, we can make like a new.
I mean, yeah, with build up, bridgehead, and phalanges going in, we're gonna add people with them. It's not just
Okay.
gonna be this.
Yeah. Right. Do you have a overarching action you'd like to take in this kind of like time?
Like the focus.
Yeah. So like internal, looking at regiment, finding out information, kind of recon, finding about troop movements and
I was
composition.
thinking recon for anticipation of what would happen when we stop the bombing on the city.
There are also like after action reports of the operations and the things that have been going on.
Yeah, so I think my recon is focused around where I'm about to send this specialized unit into the
Makes
city.
sense. Okay. So you want it focused around like, should we say like the northeastern part of the city? So kind of Wisterbred, Cocker, Mandan.
So the focus areas is inside the city, the wall, and the tunnel.
Okay. From reports received over the next short amount of time, the area you have kind of broken into is very disorganized. They are in certain parts of the urban area, they are defending places rigorously where no one is attacking. There's vast portions of the population, not just the soldiers, but the population, who have dysentery and food poisoning and are currently laid low and at minimal fighting force. There's also quite a low morale at the moment. As a sidebar for you as a player, this is due to the cavalcade fucking around with shit in the city.
Mm-hmm.
They really, like, before you guys popped out, they screwed everyone up. Oh god, it was so yeah, that would be the basic intel and recon. They're not prepared to defend. So you've got a few options in front of you tactically. If you want to kind of go into details of that, we can make a roll, kind of tactical imperialist, etc. Or if you have your own ideas already, then that's.
Oh yeah, I have a couple of ideas of what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
So, obviously, build up, bridgehead, and them are gonna be pushing inside. But I had actually already sent my certain people to operate that Lehman Russ that are good at that. I gotta find them on my book?
Cannibal, I believe, was one of them.
No. Cannibal was helping getting it effective, but it was
Yes.
turnout and battery.
Yes, turnout and battery.
And I think we're gonna blow the heck out of the wall,
Okay.
and create an opening on that side.
If you
The question is, do I want to?
yeah.
Because I'm also tempted to see if we can transport that to the other front, and I'm already gonna send Shooter, 404, and Amika and Alphys, which includes
Ooh.
Staff Sergeant Repeater, to the main Caddick front.
Okay, you're unleashing Omika and Alphys, huh?
Yep. Because you said they were pushing back. I'm like, we're turning this around.
Okay.
I'm unleashing them, which is why I'm bringing 404.
You're releasing a couple of singles. I can respect that.
So Shooter's gonna be there. I was also gonna put Volley. I'm gonna have him go and work with the artillery.
Okay.
On that front. So those ones are going to Caddick. I need to. Bulwark is coming back to Breaker's Yard. He's been in Breaker's Yard as it stood anyway. And that's officially there. I can color this guy.
So in terms of the wall, sorry. Additionally, you find a large cache of explosives right near the hole that you break out of.
Oh, nice.
You would say it would be enough to destroy a large section of the wall, or like a tunnel that was being dug or something. It's almost like someone set it up to explode the tunnel and then failed to initiate the explosives. Maybe it was sabotaged. Who knows? It was sabotaged.
I mean, I'm just gonna give those explosives to the Cavalcadre to wreak havoc within the city.
Okay. You'll have to find some, but okay.
I'll have to find some what?
Some Cavalcadre.
Oh, weren't they already doing going inside and doing that?
They had 30,000 and then they all died.
That was the
Evergreen. Never mind. Yeah.
The Cavalcadre had operatives inside. They exfiltrated. Something that you wouldn't know, but you will know as a player. They exfiltrated and infiltrated the 21st, and then left the planet. So, they did their job, which was essentially protect the tunnel.
Yeah, the way you assign explosives to the
All right,
Cavalcadre
phalanges.
is you say, these explosives are the Cavalcadre. Just tell everyone. Tell the whole...
All right.
And
then
then
eventually...
eventually...
to a random trooper.
You know what?
And be like,
You know what? They go to build up in phalanges. They can do with those explosives what they want within the city.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I'd rather have that happening than otherwise. Maybe we'll use them to blow up the air cannons that are hurting our navy, or the artillery that is firing on our main front.
Noted. Okay.
Or just traps when they try and push back against build up and phalanges and bridgehead. So they'll take those explosives.
If you'd like to in some way take the wall down, you could kind of form a complete circle fob. Currently, it's kind of like a semicircle up against the wall, where it's kind of like, this is our protection base, but the wall is the wall. You occupy the wall as well as.
I honestly think keeping the wall there makes it feel like this is not as much of an issue for defense, and I don't want to draw more attention over to this side. I think moving the Lehman Russ around to hit for the whenever this sea launch, this sailing launch, to blow a hole in a wall over here and have that set up would be more important.
Okay. Noted. In terms of recon, the only other thing I can give you in the current situation is the Caddick forces. Pardon me. The Caddick forces that are pushing against your trench line in the west are not superior in terms of like arms and tanks and kind of like support equipment, essentially. But definitely superior in terms of numbers. So you are currently on the western front, outnumbered in terms of manpower.
Cool. That's why volley's going over there in artillery,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
sending 21st troops down there. So, which with that amount of people going, would shooter, my major shooter, 404, Alphys and Mika and volley going there, which also includes Staff Sergeant Shooter, who's going to be under Omika because he's a specialist sniper.
Yeah.
I'm thinking with that amount of units, is that like 15,000?
Yeah, if you wanna commit 15,000, that's gonna be a good. I mean, Alphys and Omika, they work best kind of together in a
Oh, yeah, they're-
independent.
Yeah,
I assume that's why you're sending 404.
correct.
Yeah, okay. So
Shooter's going there for overseeing volley more so than Alphys and Omika.
well, would you like to kind of start your own operation there, or are you essentially putting these under the Iron Brig kind of like umbrella?
It's going to be under the same umbrella for the most part.
Then yeah, I'd say 10 to 15,000 would be an appropriate force, especially if you're kind of like trying to either match or just like back up the current forces engaged there.
I want to eventually be able to push them back because
Then higher would, like, if we're talking 10 or 15, I'd say higher is better in terms of like committing to the push.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
In that
15 was what I
case-
originally said, so 15k is what it is.
Noted. In that case, would you please roll me a command?
What?
Yeah, yes, please. A commerce with a plus 10. I have so many character sheets at this point.
Plus 10. That's not so
Then
good.
minus 3.6. You're gonna re-roll it.
I only have one
Or
more reroll. I want to
not
see what
worth
the
it.
next roll is because there's another thing.
And a common law war, please.
Ooh,
Perfect
success.
that's a success.
Okay, so
79. Let's reroll that commerce. Why not?
You think you have a percentage to roll better. Could be worse though. Could crit fail.
It's
yeah.
only a
It can always be
43.
worse.
I rolled a 79. It could be a crit fail. I'm gonna leave it. I
Yeah,
want to.
that would be my only suggestion is
Yeah.
if you're
So-
not sure.
2 degrees of success on command, just a success on common lore war, and minus 3.6 on commerce.
okay. Let's have a little bit of a looky-loo here, shall we? So, and there we go. Okay. So let's doing pretty well there, aren't you?
I hadn't used a lot of my forces at all because it
Yeah.
was a small amount for the gorilla, and I haven't sent like a whole bunch anywhere else.
So that will be God maths. 61 in manpower now, percent.
All right.
This will be 48 in munitions.
Okay.
Just for my notes, is the majority of this like infantry and accompanying support equipment? So we're talking like heavy weaponry, but not like tanks and more and like artillery tanks and all
Well,
that type of thing.
Volley is bringing armor because his whole thing is he's going to work with Artie. So we're bringing artillery.
Okay. Artillery can be like mortars and stuff. He'll still be effective as like in like a support place. Or
Yeah.
you can have him intentionally be more like Lehman Russes, Chimeras, Basilisks, like
I'm thinking more artillery type stuff, so like mortars.
Mortars. Okay, okay. In that case, yeah, the support equipment would go down to 52.
Okay.
And additional resources and supplies would 65. Okay.
All right. Now I'm more in line with what everybody else is at.
Yeah, no, it's
Except for my equipment is way lower than everybody else. Except for the 12th.
well, bad commerce roll will do that.
Yeah.
And you still got a decent amount of manpower in there, so hopefully the munitions and M&M, what is it? It's manufacturing and munitions and logistics will kind of step up their game for next time.
Yep.
Get a bit of, and there's always the possibility that you can call in for outside help. It'll just diminish your standing. And it takes a while for supplies or reinforcements to turn up. You could maybe even ask the Evergreen Legion. It's like, could you send in like 50,000 of your men to die, and can we just have their equipment and like ammunition and stuff? That'd be great.
So just run a net over the area between here and Katik.
Yeah.
Obviously, the build-up bridgehead phalanges kind of thing is an operation, so
Yes.
I think operation name is Undercut.
Ooh, give me a sec. Katik operate. No, that's HQ. Katik operations. 21st. Undercut. Okay. And yeah, let's go on break. And when we come back, we will go over the actions of the other two commanders, and then we'll start talking operations and strategy and tactics.
All right, we'll be back in around about 8 minutes. Grab a snack, do all the usual break things, and we'll be back.
Get yourself more tea.
Don't spill it on yourself.
Hello and welcome back to The Last Ditch, episode 13, part 2, with the Commander cast, as we pick up the pieces of what the guest casts were up to, and we work out where to go from here.
Yeah. So let's move onwards to the Iron Bricks. Let's find out what our Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker is choosing to focus their time on.
All right. I think that I'm going to focus my time on oh my God. Why can't I say recon?
Reconnaissance.
Recon. Wow.
Okay.
I can't say the word reconnaissance today. Reconnaissance. There we go.
So you want to focus basically on enemy disposition.
Yeah. So my main thing is that obviously my large portion of my fleet or my troops are down near where Bedbury is or wherever that is, because we're trying to push that front to move on the east with all of the armor and stuff.
So
like
here,
Whittlewist and
here.
stuff that
Yeah.
But apparently we're getting pushed back, so I want some recon on like what the hell is happening down there. So I'd like some sit rep on that. I don't care about my internal troops.
Okay.
I know we're all here to die for the Emperor. I don't
True.
need to know more about you.
Then every day you get closer and closer to Evergreen Legion.
Something. That's what I was saying. I was like, we have a lot of similarities because we do have, that we're already dead on the battlefield is how we see it.
Yeah.
We're just vessels for the Emperor. And then on the I think that's going to be the main thing. And then obviously whatever I can know on the other two fronts would be great. Because I do have some troops over with, oh my gosh.
The main force
Prime
on Ascilia.
up on the East Coast. I do have some with Prime. And then on Ascilia, I do have some troops as well.
Yeah.
So whatever I can get on the other two fronts would be cool. But my main focus is obviously the Middle West and what's happening with that. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see.
I have a decent war and tactical imperialist, so I feel like,
that would be more getting your tactics in. I would say, let's go for a command straight up.
Okay. I'm good at that too. We're supposed to be. We'll see how it goes. Just command, or is there any other?
Because essentially you'll be sending out your troops, so this would be predominantly a command. I'll just have a look here, see if there's any.
Okay. Oh wait.
Give me a +10 tactical imperialist as well, just to translate the reports and intel that you receive.
Okay. Command coming in first, and that is a 4.2.
Ooh.
And tactical imperialist, we're rolling with a +10. You said.
+10, yes.
And that is a -1.3. Ooh.
Okay.
Part of me wants to reroll that because I do have 3 in that, and I'm getting the +10, so it feels like it might be a good one to reroll.
You rolled a 77, target is 64, so
I have a high probability of getting a better roll,
A
so
decent
I'm gonna re-roll it.
okay.
I might regret because no regrets,
no.
0 regrets, 4.3. All right.
That was
Okay.
I
nearly
saw
a-
the 1 and I was like, it's toying with those zeros right
I
there.
know it was close to getting a crit. I was like, oh.
So let's get you some intel, shall we?
I need this week. I've had a rough week. Bring me some good rolls, Emperor.
Essentially, on the front line of Vittelweiss, as I mentioned in small detail to Primer before, you are essentially outnumbered. Even with the addition of the Evergreen Legion, who, provided a distraction, because of the loyalists who were originally defending the trenches you've now taken up, that was the main direction of the attack. The ones on this side were essentially in a holding pattern to hold them in to the like thin section they were kind of trapped in. the main force of Katic is here and was already pushing against this defensive line. So you've got like a good, pardon me, a good 150,000 troops in total, in this kind of like open plains area, going from Vittelweiss to, is that Merowek? Sorry, I need to zoom in on that a little bit more.
Merwick.
Yeah, Merowek.
Merwick, yeah. Got about 150,000 troops.
Merwick.
Kind of combined with armor and air force and artillery and all that, you know, nasty stuff that goes in there as well. In terms of battlefield support, essentially like heavy weapons, tanks, so on and so forth, you are superior. In terms of manpower, currently you are not. So intel suggests to expect heavy wave attacks accompanied by artillery. Basically, in a sense, most likely they're going to try and attrition you down until their numbers are better than yours, pretty much. This hasn't been working because of the distraction by the Evergreen Legion and the stellar work of your armor and artillery corps essentially helped you hold the line. You've taken significant damages and casualties on the front line, but I feel like every time myself and the Iron Briggs talk about war, I say that every time, basically. You're on the front lines, you're taking heavy casualties. That's what the Iron Briggs do.
I should be taking the most casualties, so
Yeah.
it makes sense for 100%.
I don't know. Is there any additionals? Actually, there is additionals. Sorry. So
I guess my curiosity is obviously we've been pushed back. Rickenbacker wants to know like what it is, and if it's just purely the numbers, then that's cool. That gives me a lot of ideas on how I can move some troops around.
Yeah.
But if there's anything else, that'd be cool. And then obviously the Katic push on the east, I do plan to help support that a little bit more. I do have some troops that are under Prime's control, as well as in Acilia, I do have some, or Ascilia, I do have some troops that are under Lime's control as well.
So these are a little bit. Let's see if we can. There we go. That's not quite so large.
Round dots.
Oh, now it's just being like, hey, you wanna?
I see the dots.
I'm trying to move
Squares.
them now. They're like, hey, we're too small. You now can't move us.
Zoom in and then select them.
I'm already actually damn. I'm zoomed in all the way. So essentially, you have a production base around about here. With
Okay. Production.
So the brown square is the production base, and then the circles are distribution. Essentially, the production base is geared towards munitions and small arms. So essentially, rifles and bullets to go in rifles. And what's happening is, from what you can tell, part of the reason why they haven't like just glomped up as the huge force that they are and charged is a lot of their troops appear to be volunteers, or kind of enlisted. What's it called when you get drafted into the army?
Draftees.
Yeah,
draftees essentially. Yeah. Who have not been equipped yet. So the way it's currently working is you have these conscripted. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Beeps.
You have those 5 supply bases, which essentially house new recruits ready to go to the front. Once it's kind of spread out so that you can't just like bomb one position and destroy a whole load of crap. Essentially, they get equipped there, and then they get funneled into the forward base, and then funneled back out in kind of like this. They all come together when they get equipped, and then
destroy
they
the base, and then they do not have ammunition. That is
Yeah.
what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So essentially, if you can destroy the main production facility, it's like this. It's kind of obviously from before the rebellion, because it's outside the walls. They've made attempts to like build additional walls out to encompass it so that it's not as vulnerable, but they are partially constructed at best.
Okay. And these little circles are where they're kind of like spreading out.
Yeah, that's essentially everything produced goes to those camps where the recruits are equipped, and then the recruits kind of go in and then back out to the front line.
Okay. Perfect. I have a strat for that. I'll
Okay.
discuss with my fellow commanders.
Sounds good.
And then do I learn anything about what's going on recon-wise with the Eastern Front as well as Acilia?
Yes. So Ascilia. Let's see here.
Or Asia? No, I'm just kidding.
We have control of those cities that Lancaster said would be taken care of.
Mm-hmm. We do. Do I know anything about how that happened? No, I'm just kidding. Probably not. But.
Probably wouldn't fall under recon. As that's the thing.
Also, my troops are not there. My troops are like helping with the HQ and then the fake HQ.
Midge Honey,
Mm-hmm.
where we have the Evergreen doing stuff.
Yeah, and I think we were going to push on this front onto this.
Yeah.
Right. That was our plan.
Yeah.
I don't know what Lime wanted to do, and I know that down here you wanted to take this
definitely going to be the
island.
focus now, because I've got a new major whose specialty is hive combat. So I think I'm like, all right, major, you're good. Apparently you're good at hives. There's a hive. Take it.
Like this, but also with a line here.
So via your recon, the most defended pardon me, the most defended islands that you can tell would be the two hive islands, the jungle island at the northeast, and the kind of like frozen ice island at the kind of south of Aroham. The other ones are defended, but are not as fortified. Essentially, the problem with with the islands with the hive on is the hives are large, especially Brestonce. Even before you get in, well, no, you'd be in sight, but even before you get anywhere near Bredonce, you're going to come under fire before you make landfall. So. They got big cannons and big scary things. For the jungle island up the northeast, essentially that grey line is...
And that's this one, right? The far one?
Yes. Essentially, that is entrenched coastline is the best way I can describe that. So you're going to come into a similar-ish situation if you approach it from the front, where the grey kind of seawall fortress thing is. Where
okay. So we need to kind of go around, like sneak around, maybe. For a better tactic.
Essentially attacking.
It's this island, this big one.
I don't
see a fortress though. I see the island.
Oh, did I? Okay. How do I?
Give us a fortress.
There we go.
There we go. That's new.
Now we see fortress.
Yes.
It is the squiggly line of fortressing.
Yes. It's essentially attacking it straight on like that would be a similar situation to D-Day.
Gotcha.
Mm.
We could totally come around this side and around. Yeah.
Hmm.
But bombard them here for distraction. Anyways, I'll talk tactics later. But
The problems you'll run into is unless you go a really far way around, if you try and kind of if you try and skirt around, you'll have to deal with the smaller islands being able to mess with your like path essentially. So,
Gotcha.
That's fine. Blow up the small islands.
Bomb on them. They're small enough.
I think
it'll be
that's
fine.
my line. I think that's supposed to be my line.
We'll
That's
all
what
come
happens
to
if
the
you're like,
same conclusion.
Makatilla, take these islands, and then later you check the map and the islands are no longer on the map. And you're like, weren't there islands here? Makatilla's like, nah.
I sank them. Everyone
You told me to deal with
drowned.
them. I dealt with them. I mean,
But
On the Royal Navy to bombard from space.
the southern island, the island, ice island below Araham, is essentially a crisscross of ice, snow, and mountains. The island essentially, you're either on a mountain covered in snow, or you're in a valley, which is, it's not a maze, but it's as close as you can get to.
I got a couple people who are great experts in
Frozen
this field.
bowl.
So
I got a dude as well. I got
yeah.
Samish Donnelly, who has been assigned to this planet entirely to take that island.
Yeah,
Yes.
same. I have a Major Frida Geisler, which I've had her there the entire time. And then, of course, my new guy, which is Captain... oh, no, not my new guy. Viet Praga.
I have a
Finally-
really good rough terrain expert, but I'm not supposed to let him drive.
Well, we'll do the driving since we usually have the...
He's just
Yes.
not allowed to drive. That's it.
Yeah, the 21st doesn't do the cold.
Not so
yeah, you
much.
guys are
That's
from
fair.
like jungly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between
I've
the 1-4
tried-
and the Iron Briggs, we can probably take the island, and the 12th can get involved if they want to.
Hector would have been great to send to the cold.
the other thing, just general info I can give you is
Okay.
the majority of the islands are either fortified or entrenched. So you're gonna like on the ice island, you're gonna run into a lot of carved out mountains which have like tunnels going through the mountains and whatnot.
Okay.
So there'll probably be a decent amount of digging out entrenched positions in mountains, things like that.
So we'll definitely want
jungle-
1-4 with us
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sounds great. I think that's what I wanted to spend my time on.
Really good.
And I will relay that back to the rest of you when we all get together.
Secret tunnel.
I just remembered something
Oh,
that Vandy got from Collector.
Oh yeah, got some good stuff. Vandy has a lot of things. Like she's
I
got
like
the
this-
tincture.
Listen,
I do have a person though who I'm curious if they have gotten any things as well, because they've been demoted and promoted a bunch because they took a city and he was found with his company piling up a whole load of valuables. So they were like taking valuables. So I wonder if this guy might have some things that would be useful.
Tyler, that's like a burn everything down option. Like that's a self-destruct option. I can't use
Don't-
that.
You totally could.
Can
We
I?
have, like,
I've already done enough war crimes. Wait, where's the Geneva Convention? Hold on.
Don't tell Makatilla about it.
We have, like, a
Technically
nuke rocket,
it's
don't we?
biowarfare, so it's against the Geneva Convention.
Definitely. I feel like we've crossed that bridge and we're on the other side of that bridge. So
I'm
You have
just saying, if
you
we
have
want to
two of
take out
those,
a
right?
hive,
The
there's a quick way to
cavalcade-
take out a hive.
The cavalcade
true.
did give the people of Katic dysentery.
You have 2 of those, don't you?
There's one vial of this specific.
Oh, you're
parasite.
talking about
The
that
liquid,
thing.
The liquid.
The liquid.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
that's a
half
different
red,
thing.
half green liquid.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I thought you
yeah,
were talking
yeah,
about the
yeah.
rocket thing that you guys have too.
No. I have the
That's a whole
rocket.
other thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
this
thought we
is-
used
this-
that. Didn't we use that?
Mm-mm.
The
No,
rocket?
we
Or we
have
use at least one big old bomb of that?
I think you guys agreed on some kind of trade that happened. I can't remember.
Yeah.
That was in season 1.
It's
There was
still
some
on
kind of
my-
trade that you guys did between your 2 regiments.
It's
Yeah.
on my character sheet. I have the
Mhm.
rocket.
Wow, I've broken all of these.
Don't worry, they don't apply to Warhammer, so you're fine.
Well,
Also,
Wow.
if no one knows you know about it, did it even happen?
Oh yeah, Vandy, you're going down a
fair
dark path.
point.
The thing is, I don't know if we have the thing that protects our troops from that parasite.
Hmm.
We don't, and that's why I'm like, this is a burn everything option. So, Yeah, okay. Thank you for the reminder. I completely forgot about that, and now I know I can make more war crimes happen. So, thank you, Tyler. The next war crime that happens will be dedicated to you.
That was from a really good roll, by the way, from you when I told you to roll what you got.
Yeah.
And I
Mhm.
was like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Well, for now, let's see what
Speaking of
Lieutenant
Vandy.
Colonel Lancaster wants to do. What would you like to focus your?
Oh,
your time on?
wait, one more thing. To move my troops around, there are some things that I'd like to do.
Oh, we'll do that with the operations. and
Oh,
stuff.
because everyone else did theirs where they were moving people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Major Thalgraph, I'm gonna send him to Caddick Defense. Obviously,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Defense.
Especially since they need some support for defense right now because they're pushed back. I'm going to move Captain Fiat, obviously, to Acilia, and Captain Albert Greaves is going to get deployed on the eastern front of Caddick for offensive
Okay.
purposes to help assist Prime.
Kind of push into
Just
the city.
don't let him do anything defensive, Prime. Keep him where you need. He's fast deployment and he has a mechanized infantry, so you can utilize that. And then the new guy got Lieutenant Brunhild X is going to be joining on the Acilia front as well, because they're going to go in to replace the one we lost, unfortunately. Our dearest Fiddledeer. So sadness. And I think
Well,
that is the only other things. And Tangerman is wounded, so
yes.
cool.
Okay.
Well, your mechanized infantry are going inside the city, so offensive
Yeah,
it is.
let's bring him in.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
do it.
It's essentially gonna be Chimera, and then troops behind, and just going down streets and stuff. So that's gonna be interesting.
That'd be a cool mission for people to do for sure.
I feel like all of them have kind of turned into fairly cool like settings to jump into.
I mean, my hope is I can just bring in the Lehman Russ into that one as well.
Lehman Ross.
Probably want that on my front, on the
That's
western
what I
front.
want to swing it to. Yeah.
Oh, let me just very quickly.
Might be hard to sneak that bad boy in.
Iron breaks.
That's why it's moving western and gonna blow a hole over here for when we do the water entry.
Oh yeah, for Vandy's troops with their yeah.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure. I'm just not sure how much. Yes. I was gonna say, if you're sending Major Geislurg into that frozen place,
Yeah.
it would also be kind of cool to see a cast take on the elite ski infantry unit that she has.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be really cool.
We have 1-4 there too, so and I think one of Vandy's troops. It could be like a little mix mash of troops too.
There's also I'm pretty sure it was Lancaster who got given the specialist rattling Ogren.
The Rockets!
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, the city's open through the tunnel technically, so you know.
Maybe it's time to release the Rockets.
But yes, sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster. What do you want to concentrate on?
All right, so
The main options are internal intel or recon. Although I feel kind of recon's been covered, but you may want
recon's-
something
yeah.
specific.
So I'm not going to look internally because there's only ugliness there.
Wow. Okay.
I would like to do some intel. Now, it's obviously gonna be specific to where my troops are, I'm guessing, right? So
It's essentially you're going to be going over all after action reports. And just like looking through them. So it's not just going to be your regiment, it's going to be all the after action reports. Basically seeing if you can gather anything from what's already happened and like
all right. What am I rolling?
So please roll me. Let's start off with a command and a commerce, please.
Okay. Command and commerce. Oh, that's not good at all. I'm gonna reroll my command.
All right. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a 64 target.
Hey, 4.9.
All right.
Hey, yeah, you rolled a 15.
In that case, could I get a Tactica Imperialis, a Common Law War, and also an Intelligence? The Intelligence will be plus 20, please.
Intelligence plus 20.
4.5 on the Tactica Imperialis.
Yeah.
Not a crit fail though.
Oh, and a crit 2 on
But a crit on the intelligence.
Okay.
So-
The first thing I would like you to do is add to your...
Oh, did you want to re-roll any of that?
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
No, because I'm assuming I might have to do another roll, and I don't want to
All right.
set up before the end here.
Just because you had a minus 4.5, so.
What? I asked one back. I got a crit on another one. It
Yeah,
balances out, right?
Those are good. 4.9, 5.9. Yeah.
Maybe.
So, the first thing I would like you to do is, you see where it says Scholastic on your laws?
Oh, yeah.
You see below that it says Forbidden?
Uh-huh.
Please add in the skill Forbidden Laws Xenos with a tick.
Uh-huh. Okay. And that's
X.
oh, Xenos X?
So Xenos. Like
X,
Xerox.
oh, XE.
Like, yeah, like Xerox.
Oh, got ya. Okay.
So looking over your after action reports, you find mention of trees that contain that appear to be made out of some strange Xenos material, possibly a type of bone or ceramic or something along those lines. You're not really sure what it was, but there was a grove of them situated on the eastern front of Katik that a squad ran into.
On the eastern front of Katik.
Yes.
So
Like- So
In
where
here?
What?
So it's essentially kind of around about here.
Oh god, no.
Oh shit. Can we smoke it? No, I'm kidding.
Oh no! Why is it the 12th that discover these things?
Can immediately
because
we
you
smoke
guys
it?
did recon.
What was the what did Vandy choose?
Intel.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Basically going over after action reports to search for incongruous things.
Wow. Okay.
Ooh. Going
It
basically
makes sense what everyone chose. I like it.
Yeah, it does.
It makes sense for our regiments what we would choose. I like it.
So going over some things, talking to a few advisors, especially Freely. It's funny that you got this because Freely's probably the person most like geared towards understanding what is going on or like have some insight. He gives you a theory. You go deeper into the reports to search for anything else incongruous, and you find a report submitted by the 21st, but it appears to be details of a special forces operation before the breaking of the tunnel. It refers to the use of pistols which don't appear to be Imperial by the Irregulars, who the Katic Irregular Force, which appears to be a kind of military police, secret police style organization, along with drawings, which leads you to your first revelation or discovery, which is essentially that the pistols are Xenos in origin.
What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Okay, so... Holy shit. That's, where's the 1-4? Where's that dude from the 1-4, real quick?
Additionally,
Uh-huh.
Going over the report, there appears to be some form of like similar to the Help They're Coming incident, kind of like weirdly mind controlled drone like behavior on some of the guards. Investigating and researching further into it with all of these things combined, and also with a crit success, leads you to think that with the bone trees, essentially, the Xenos pistols, and the possibility of like mind controlled troops, leans you towards most likely the Eldar.
Oh my gosh. No.
Oh my god.
The Eldar
Where's
are
Scriven?
coming.
I am
Where's
immediately calling for Scriven. Immediately.
Right. The Eldar are coming.
First I gotta talk to Lime here.
Yeah.
Can I just call up Lime real quick?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Like get on the voice and Lime. God damn it, Lime.
I like how
I was just gonna RP it out, like,
He was right.
Go for it.
I was just gonna RP. Yeah.
Oh yeah, go nuts.
So I'll call up Lime. Hey.
Lancaster?
So remember how you were telling me that there's one particular nut job in your regiments who thinks everything is about Eldar?
Yeah, Staff Sergeant Scriven. I've kind of kept him away from promotions and kept him on a short leash.
I'm gonna need you and him to come to my tent immediately.
bounce, you go wow wow. I was what?
Oh, yeah. I'm really into the Eldar thing, you know.
It's just so my thing.
Also, where's the
I
accent?
feel like there's
Lancaster accent.
there's like a
Oh
long,
yeah, sorry.
There's like a long pause
I'm
from
like-
from Lime.
It's my favorite.
There's like a
Well,
long
you
pause from
know,
Lime,
there's
and then-
something we found out, so I'm gonna need you to come over to the tent real quick, and we're going to look over some documents here.
Lime puts his mug down on his desk and says, "I understand. We'll be right there."
All right.
Staff Sergeant Scriven reporting for booty.
Oh my god, I hate it.
Not his voice. Oh god.
What is his voice?
Grivcaster or Landvin?
Oh my god.
I think
Oh my
yeah,
god.
Lime steps immediately out of whatever his office is to wherever his adjutant Garnet is.
Man, it's been a while since I've scrivened. I think it was kind of like a. They're
kind of
out
like a
there,
raspy.
sir.
Yeah,
Eldar.
Like a raspy, yeah.
Elder.
Like a raspy, a little cuckoo crazy sounding.
Something to mess with my throat a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
You're getting there. You got it.
I step out of my office to
Also, thank you,
wherever-
Vandy.
Wherever Garnet is
Yeah,
posted.
It's
I'm-
my favorite.
I don't know why I didn't. I think it's because it's been 4 weeks. I don't
Yeah.
know why I didn't
that's-
immediately
it's
go
been a
into
little
it.
while. Sorry, Bentham. Lime.
Garnet,
Sorry about them.
get Scriven.
Huh?
Tell him to immediately report to Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster's tent. I'll be waiting for him.
Office or whatever, yeah.
Aye, sir. Staff Sergeant Scriven.
Yes.
The one you said to not have do anything ever.
Yes, I'm keeping him close, which is definitely what I'm gonna be continuing to do.
Right you are, sir. I'll find him right now. And trots off.
She probably thinks he's
Work.
gonna die. Like, going to the 12th for murder.
Lime heads immediately to Lancaster.
All right, you're here. Before he gets here, it might be Eldar.
I guessed as much. You're gonna need to give me a little bit more than that.
Right. So Katik there, you see, here's the reports. I've laid them all out here. So I have reports of some trees that look like they're made of this Xenos bone type material, which already kind of freaking weird when it's on, you know, a place like this, right? The 12th reported this, and I trust their intel fairly well.
21st.
Then-
Lime starts
The
scanning it
21st,
and
sorry,
is
yeah.
like, it's taken him long enough to get it to us.
It's been there for like 3 weeks or something.
I suppose just all the reports there, I mean, with all the operations going on, it's probably a little tough to sort through them. Also, nobody gives a fuck about trees. So there we go. But anyway, so now we're here, see some trees that aren't quite trees. And then the second report here shows that they had this, these weapons, these Katikians, you know, they had these weapons, these guns that they were not Imperium. They were not from around here, you know? And then here, you remember the swarm and how they were all help, they're coming. That bullshit still keeps me up at night, I swear. Same types of people coming in and fighting. Kind of brainwashed, controlled. So I need your specialist here, your boy, Scriven. Because apparently he knows something about the Xenos, right? So, and he knows something about Eldar. So maybe, just maybe, if we could put these points together, perhaps he might be right.
Yeah, though most likely by coincidence. I hope he can be useful, but he might just call everything we show him Eldar. We'll have to see.
I'm gonna give you one additional piece of information.
Mhm.
Because I like looking back, you rolled a crit. It's hard to hide these things from you, unfortunately. The after-action report for the special forces inside the city says that there were 2 set of explosives placed for the tunnel. One was an overground thing that was intended to collapse the tunnel on itself, impeding digging and basically killing a whole load of people digging in there. The other one was a smaller one that was like a subroutine in the program that initiated a melt of the ground to speed up the tunnel.
To speed up the tunnel,
Like,
the tunnel's construction?
It's essentially it melted a significant portion. It killed a few of the troops digging, but it essentially sped up the digging of the tunnel and the breakout into the city by a few hours, like half a day, I think.
How did it speed it up? If it was
It melted the earth.
Oh,
Yeah.
That would be an Eldar thing.
that's not from around here. Also, you know something about digging. What the fuck is that? That's not a bomb we know. That's not a thing that we use to dig, is it? I don't know anything about the dirt.
Lime takes a look at the report and sees what he can interpret about the type of technology being used.
See, it seems like Imperial materials were turned into something else to affect the melty ground thing.
Really,
also,
it's like this kind of thing is beyond even what rebels would try and do with our stuff.
yeah, definitely, probably beyond the rebels. They don't have much technological know whats and how do's. Also, it was done internally, so it wasn't like your guys finding something and then setting it off. It was the special forces found it already set up and set it off.
Like they were trying to speed
Wait,
up
who's
the tunnel dig.
special
What's the point
forces?
of that?
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. If it was already set up there and then somebody used it, maybe they want people to go in or to show up into the city.
Could both of you roll me Common Law War or Tactica Imperialis, please?
Yes. Which I'm gonna roll war, I guess.
I rolled Tactic Imperialis and got a -0.4.
Alright.
I got -0.8.
Rerolls are available if
We
you'd
both
like
rolled
to.
49.
Sweet.
Wait, I've got
think
one
this is
reroll left, and I guess I've got a slightly better chance of succeeding if I give it another go.
I think you do, yeah.
I'll use my last reroll. This is important.
You have a 1 almost success, so you know.
Oh yeah, I'll see.
I could reroll. I could reroll it. Oh no!
That's a 99. I need to just never reroll anything ever again.
Yeah.
My God.
You lose all your
no.
fate
So
points.
close.
Scene has struck.
Oh.
So Lancaster, as far as you can figure, the only reason to speed up the kind of construction and
There we go.
the only reason to speed up the construction and excavation of the tunnel would be to speed up the invasion to make sure it happens. So essentially, it would be setting things up so that the 21st and the 1-4 succeed in getting the tunnel, succeed in getting out, succeed in starting the basically like bridgehead, beachhead, and then ensuing combat in the city and etc.
They want them to go in.
What
They
do I
want
think
them
would
to
make
go
it
in a
fail?
Fucking Eldar are crafty, man. Who knows?
Yeah,
It-
Lime's
you
just
know
like,
what?
what are they up to? It makes no sense. These Eldar move in strange ways.
The only thing that makes sense is it's all an Alpha Legion plot.
Do I know
Fucking.
what the Alpha Legion are?
But that's what your
They-
brain thinks on a 99. You're like, it's the Alpha Legion.
It's like they wanted that operation to succeed. They wanted a fight there. But why would they want a fight there? Do they have something else going on that we don't know?
That is usually how Imperial encounters with Eldar go. They do strange things that help or hinder, and try and make it go their way. They interfere.
But what would the Eldar want to do with this?
I have no idea.
Right.
Maybe Scriven might know.
Scriven! Scriven!
Oh, you're here. Come in.
I've been standing out here for quite a while.
Right. I heard you're the man to talk to about the Eldar.
Oh, you fighting Eldar?
We're
Oh,
fighting Eldar.
They're tricksy beasts.
That they are, my boy. That they are. So, you want to tell me, how much do you know about the Eldar? You ran into them before?
Oh, I've run into them before. I've
Alright.
run into them when they was orcs. I've run into them when they was Tyranids.
And
I've
have you run into them when they are human? Terrans?
Wait.
Or when they haven't tried to disguise as anything at all.
Oh, they're always disguised as something, sir. That's why you can't trust them.
Right?
So I've had
So-
quite a lot of experience.
Alright. What do you know about their technology?
Whoa, it's like little needles being fired. We talking about the guns, or because they have
Right.
portals?
I grabbed the report that talks about the gun. Does it have a drawing or anything?
Yes.
I slide it over. I'm like, what does that look like to you?
Oh, I don't recognize that.
You ever heard of a kind of Xenos material that it's like a tree?
Oh, it could be, I don't know what the name for it is, but it's what they build those infernal, massive ship things out of. What are they called? Gracebone.
Gracebone. You ever seen some of this Gracebone before?
I did once see a craft world from the deck of a ship, but that was for all of a minute or so before we jumped into the warp and left.
Right. Who else do you know knows a lot about Eldar? Anyone in the 1-4?
Not to my knowledge. Everyone always says it ain't Eldar, but I tells them it's always Eldar.
Well, we need you. And Lime, I don't know if this is some good to put Mr. Scriven here on, but we need him to research as much Eldar and Xenos material as he can. He needs to
Right.
know. Would that be all right with you?
Well, I've just
put
been
him to that
kicking
task.
around here.
Oh, not you, Scriven. I'm asking your superior.
Oh, apologies.
We can put him to that task. Get a force together.
Get the people who will work for you. I will get your people who'd be able to help you with some research. We'll bring materials and samples, and you will have to do enough research on it so that we can confirm for a fact that it is 100% Xenos, Eldar, and how to counteract him. We need to know how to fight back against an enemy who can look like anything.
Right.
You up for the task?
Aye, sir. I will root out those Eldar. There's in 2 shakes of a sheep Eldar.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'll work on some assignments, give you some men to work with.
Get somebody to look over him too, just in case. You know, a critical eye.
Lieutenant Colonel Lime, permission to get my Eldar shooting gun.
What exactly is his Eldar shooting gun?
Granted. Also, what is that?
Oh, it's exactly like my other gun, except for I shoot Eldar with it.
Right, but you're not
Okay.
going anywhere. You're going to be doing research for now.
Right, but they could be anywhere.
Right, but you're not to shoot anyone.
Maybe hold off on getting the gun for now. Let's just focus on. You'll have guards. You'll have guards posted at your facility.
But what if the guard are Eldar?
Well,
I
then
will
we will
handpick
deal
them.
with them.
Oh no.
Don't you go shooting people now. We need to make sure that we know exactly about the materials.
Don't you worry, sir. If I've got my Eldar gun, it only shoots Eldar. So anyone I shoot is an Eldar.
Bear in mind that if I think usually when there are spies in our midst, it's the cavalcadre just keeping themselves on their toes before you get too trigger happy.
Well, I wouldn't shoot them then, would I? Because they wouldn't be Eldar. Honestly, sir, once you come around to my way of thinking, the world, the galaxy is such a simpler place.
Keep the guns out of it for now. Focus
Aye,
on
sir.
the research and the next routes to take to uncover more about the Eldar situation.
Well, sir, I can already tell you that my recommendation is to leave the planet, blast it all from orbit. Blast the whole damn place, and the other 3 around here as well.
We've been ordered to avoid that particular circumstance.
Of course.
All right, you're dismissed. Get out.
Aye, sir. I will be back for more research later. He kind of like hobbles out, and you hear, like, as he leaves, and he's like wandering off, he's like, I told him it was the Eldar. Did they listen, sir? No, they didn't listen, sir. No, they didn't listen, sir.
Somehow I feel like I've made a terrible mistake.
Lime picks up like the report that had the picture of the gun on it and looks at it like, does it look Eldar to him?
Sure. Yeah.
He didn't recognize this. Not a good sign. This looks like an
No.
Eldar gun to me if I've ever seen one, which I haven't, but it looks like one.
I don't know squat about Eldar, and I'm
Oh,
hoping
don't
maybe.
get me started on the squats. Sorry, that's a deep cut.
Fucking. I just hope maybe it'll keep him occupied and maybe efficient in some way, but you never know.
I'll get someone assigned above him and make it very clear that he's to be second guessed at every opportunity.
Right, yeah. Peer review at literally every stage that he is going to be at. And we'll have to gather some materials. I'm sure the 21st can gather a little bit from those trees, hopefully without cause of death. And we'll keep the 12th away from it because, quite frankly, they're going to try to make a drug out of it if I knew anything about them. So, anyway.
We need to tell the other commanders.
Also, just from a command perspective, if you like, you could assign this role to one of the existing cores, or you could create a new core for the rear guard.
To do the research or to do like
I think we should create a new one called the Elder Smeldar.
We'll
interesting.
tell the other commanders and then discuss the options.
Do you want to call
We'll call them all
general
in now.
staff meeting?
Yeah.
Joint staff meeting.
So Primer and Rickenbacker, you are contacted via Vox and requested. Do you want to request in the HQ, or do you want to keep this in your tent?
No, let's do it in the HQ.
Yeah, we'll go
We
to
may
HQ.
as well.
All right.
We can corner off the HQ and not have adjuncts and stuff
Yeah.
like that. if
Yeah, you can
necessary.
kind of clear it out, definitely.
God, people are really gonna think Lancaster's lost her fucking mind. Christ.
Slams hand down on the table. I'm with Scriven.
Oh no!
I didn't really care to know about your personal relationship, Lancaster.
This is
No,
how,
not like that. God.
this is how you get replaced by Macatilla.
Oh no!
Fuck. No. Oh no.
I guess you're getting
Oh,
dragged away like, it's
God.
the Eldar, I tell you it's the Eldar!
All right. Should we take bets on like who's gonna get to like a higher rank first, Macatilla or Scriven? Because I have a feeling Scriven's gonna discover something and skyrocket through the ranks because he's like, I fucking knew it all along. Like, why weren't you believing me?
I can still just not promote him.
Yeah, it's true.
just would any we're going to play out the scene and everything.
Yeah.
But I just, because this is in my head now, would you like any of you to sit in with Scriven over the next kind of like course of action stuff? Yeah.
I mean,
I got
I'll
other shit to
keep
do,
an eye on
man.
him. Yeah.
Okay.
Me.
I was gonna say with the new news, the operation might be put on hold there,
Okay. Okay. We'll
but we
see.
need to RP it out.
Yes. Okay. So well, we'll do the scene and then we'll see. We'll talk about it. Okay. Karen, sorry.
I've gathered you all here today because there's been a development in the research and looking through some of the reports that have come in from Katic, especially. Most of them, if I'm being honest, are from the 21st.
We may want adjuncts out of the
Oh.
room for this. This is top secret information.
Everybody out! Except for you three.
All
Hey,
right,
sir.
you heard her.
Yes, you get out.
Oh, right, you are, sir. I thought you meant me with the other three.
Oh wait, Freely, no, you stay.
Oh, okay.
Freely can be trusted. Also, he might be able to get some stuff.
That's
Freely,
right.
I have not lost my mind on this, so just know that.
Right.
I send Staff Sergeant Grove out.
I'll immediately send Deflate out and then just be like, why is Freely allowed in here? He's the gossiper as it stands anyway.
Because
I
he...
object to that.
No, you resemble that remark.
I do
But-
a little bit, yes.
Because Freely might need to get us something in regards to this. Also, he has a depth of intel that he might need to know about this. So, if everyone's all right with
Trust
this,
your
if not,
judgment.
Freely uncovered some of the intel as well, right? In the end.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of the ones who figured it out.
Who was in the reports? Perhaps I can bring them in and add more knowledge if it was 21st reports.
I'd look through the reports. Is there anyone of note?
Yeah, there's
like flips through and is like trooper shoulders, phalanges, legs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it was them. Oh shit.
there's also
Phalanges rings a bell. I feel like I've heard their name before.
there's also a recon squad that ended up behind enemy lines, but have appeared to have written a report as if they were disrupting enemy operations within the city, so it's kind of contradicting.
Yeah, I'm like, this report seems to talk about a 21st secret operation inside city walls, which I'm not aware of, and I look at Primer.
Wasn't ordered.
I know of no such thing.
Like, do I work out its cavalcadre? Like,
I would say there's no definitive proof, but you could.
I think we all might come to it. Is there a role
Also,
we
no,
could do?
Primer can't
see
lie
if we
to
know?
shit.
I would say like I do secret things, but at least I tell you about them first. Sort of.
Oh no, makes it not secret, sir.
Did I fucking ask you, Freely?
No, sir, you didn't ask me, sir.
Exactly.
Many apologies, sir.
With
That
the
mo-
names of the troops, I know Appendix is still over in Operation Jungle Jump. I know Phalanges is over there. I also know Shoulders is over there. But Legs was called back to Breaker's Yard.
It's true.
So I will call in Legs. And he'll probably get here very quickly.
Yeah, dude frickin' has like +3 or +4 ticks on his goddamn athletics at this point. Oh god, does this mean I have to do a Wade impression?
Yo. So I would I'd sit them down and I'd be like, thanks to Freely and also, you know, a little bit of scouring through the reports.
I'm pretty sure Legs had something to do with this information.
And the glorious information given to us by certain members of various
Are we going
troops
to get
and
to what the point of this all is?
It's Eldar.
What?
You've been spending too much time with Scriven.
This is why I said, you're not going to believe me, and I'm not crazy. I have not smoked any leaf in a very long time, like 36 hours. And on top of it, I have been looking through all these reports, and this is the only thing I can really think of.
I had a look through and everything seems to line up. Scriven is an idiot,
And-
though.
Lime believes me.
Scriven thinks everything is Eldar, and then he thinks that this gun isn't Eldar, and I slide over the report with the picture of an Eldar gun on it.
All right. Well, what is making you think that in the intel this is Eldar?
I'm gonna list all the things with the trees, the bomb, the controlled people, the guns, and excuse me. Then I'm gonna look at them and I'm gonna say it all links up. Clearly, they want to fight us. We don't know exactly what they want, why they want to fight us.
What do you mean they want to fight us?
They melted the tunnel. They sped up the production of this tunnel to get into Katik so that you and your troops could get into Katik.
Am I
So that
able
the
to
fighting could
roll
happen.
For a tactical or anything like that? She'd be based
Yeah,
on something?
Tactical Imperialists or Common Law War, either or.
Will the answer be the same regardless of which one I roll?
Tactical Imperialists will be a bit more tactical and in-depth. War will just be a bit more kind of like broad strokes.
There you
Okay.
go. Point.
Yeah, that makes no sense because you are now at a massive tactical advantage, and with the extensive special forces maneuvers and recon carried out, there is no sign of counterattack. Essentially, they have ceded. If their goal is to defeat you and defend the planet, they have taken a massive setback to no advantage.
In this
That-
timeline, is this at the point where they're considered to have been destroyed, like the Eldar have been, or is there, okay?
Eldar. Well, so just a little bit of backstory for people who don't know 40k.
Yeah, because Slanesh, I think, was supposedly
So,
in that timeline.
way
It's a whole other thing.
way back in time, Slanesh was born from the Eldar, and basically devastated their civilization. The ones who didn't become the Dark Eldar, the Drukhari, essentially left their worlds onto craft worlds, and they pretty much drift through space on massive ships that are like planets, and turn up randomly to randomly attack a world or randomly defend a world. They're a little bit weird and mysterious. Their civilization has essentially fallen, but there's still quite a significant number of them around.
Okay.
Lancaster, that tactic makes absolutely no sense if they aim to defeat us. Allowing us in.
I know. Which is why
literally
I
is just
don't know
giving us
why.
an entire advantage.
Unless there's something to be gained by
Us winning.
having this fight. Or us winning, yes. What if they want us to take the planet? How did we get this intel in the first place? Who ordered the attack on this planet, right?
Well, the the higher ups, we just ordered to take it.
It would be
Was it a commissar?
Oh no. Commissars are more kind of like control and discipline and order and shooting people who disobey those things. It would probably be like higher up the command into the, probably not the War Master, probably like a Lord High Commander.
So if we got information to come here and take this system, these 3 planets, reclaim them for the Imperium, we don't know enough about Eldar reasoning, if they even reason at all.
It would
Either
either
way,
be...
that is our mission. There's a rebellion and it needs to be brought to an end. But the Eldar being here complicates everything. It could.
And why would the
it could just be
Eldar
a
want
handful
to
of
help
them.
us?
Maybe they're luring us into a trap?
The last thing I want to be aligned with is anything Eldar.
Well, what do we even know about the Eldar anyway?
Sneaky, apparently.
Scriven
So,
mumbled some stuff about portals and shark
Giant
needles. The giant ships. Mentioned he saw one of those. That may be
also
the only
just,
thing he's ever seen of them.
just for a bit of extra info, probably a Lord Commander to Marshal would be the person who ordered the... Probably Lord Commander, maybe Lord Commander Militant, possibly a Marshal.
We definitely need to report this finding and see if that changes our orders. In the meantime, we need to find out as much as we can about what these Eldar are up to, and particularly how many of them there are. It could be 1 or half a dozen or 1,000.
In the meantime, take it in our way. We have a mission. We follow through with it.
We let the higher ups know, though, because if it is Eldar, then that would be something that we aren't necessarily prepared for. We don't have the information nor the tactics to beat an Eldar army.
That is what I was saying. I agree that we should tell our higher ups, but in the meantime, we have a mission. We know what we need to do.
And if they give us new orders, then we change plan. But until then, we continue, I suppose.
We're going to continue investigating it too. We've put Scriven in charge of researching certain things that are Eldar based on this planet. So we'll be getting samples.
How much do we actually know about Scriven? Has he fought in the Eldar before? For sure.
He claims to have fought Eldar all the time, but in disguise. He didn't say that he ever fought Eldar not in disguise, which may still mean that he fought Eldar, but it's harder to be sure.
you've had Scriven with you for long enough for you to have looked into his history. His encounter with Eldar was actually a during transport for the 1-4 to a planet for like reinforcing another regiment. They were intercepted by Eldar ships, and essentially it's kind of a one-sided battle. Since then, his commanders have noted his erratic behavior and whatnot.
Were they boarded?
Yes.
Okay, so he might have actually seen an Eldar once. Oh dear.
Yeah.
They aren't normally on planets, so that is going to be interesting.
What do you advise? We hold back Operation Undercut? What? I don't understand this tactic of allowing us to infiltrate.
Neither
It's
do
working
I.
so well that I wouldn't want to stop the advance necessarily. We need to make progress on the eastern
Do we
front
send a
so we
troop
can
to?
Maybe we lighten numbers, seeing, make it seem like we've gotten brave with that push of luck.
I would almost say we want to push harder. If there's Eldar amongst the men there, I'd like to root them out.
Right, but if they're waiting for us and they want to fight us,
It seems like we should destroy all traces of the Eldar and destroy these trees.
Or at least corner them.
We should know what they are first before destroying them. That way, if they have any more of them or weapons made out of it, perhaps we can find an easy way to wipe them out.
What would Imperial policy here be? Because I imagine it leans towards the, don't try to understand, just destroy kind of angle.
WWBED. What would Big Emps do?
I mean, what Big Emps would really do is probably try and understand it, but what we think Big Emps would do is destroy.
Yeah, and what Big Emps would actually do would be to send his sons to go and stomp it, and also ignore said sons until they revolt and cause a whole rebellion.
Because we don't know how to destroy it, though. That's
I think Rickenbacker thinks we go as normal. We report to command. We go as normal, and if they get in our way, they die. That's how Rickenbacker sees it.
That's fair.
I've got some men assigned to the region. We could rip out the trees before they do anything weird.
My hesitation is the weapons might be made of those same trees, bone things.
Then we confiscate them if we find them.
Right, as they're shooting at us.
Well, we kill them first, obviously. This is always
right. We'll destroy them. That's not up for question. The question is, what if they have other things made of this? What if they have technology that they're using? This absolute heresy. We need to know how to destroy this bone in an efficient way.
Then create a research team and have them work on that. But
that might be something to keep Scriven distracted with. I can get some of those trees dug up, shipped over here, and we can have our troops have a look at them, see what the best way to destroy them is.
But I will let you know that with this battle, the reason why we have had issues is because they are outnumbering us. So be careful who you choose to put on that front.
It's not going to be a very big team. It's simply, to keep them occupied.
Then that's fine with me.
Well, that's it. I'll send a report to the higher ups off planet and let them know that this is what we found so far, and if they have anything to change in the plans or things we could do to, figure out whatever the heck's going on, then that would be ideal if they could send it.
Just know I am going to let my men know that are going in there to keep their wits about them if they see anything unusual to report it immediately and not be afraid of retreating.
That would be wise, I think.
If they inquire further, I cannot promise that I can lie to them, but I can abstain from talking.
You are the rank that you are, and you've gotten here by making decisions, in revealing what you need to and holding back when is necessary, so I will trust your judgment.
Says the person hiding a lot from us.
I'm not hiding, I just got it done. Oh, I will also
Abstaining
mention,
from saying.
as they're going out, I'll, as they're leaving, I'll be like, oh, by the way, we've taken Holtundo and Arohem, and we have 30,000 folks now who can produce munitions and such for us. So win-win.
That is good news. With
Right,
a little bit of
excellent.
bad news.
Oh, and Makatilla is now captain. Goodbye.
On that front, I'm going to be shifting some folks over. I found out one of my other troops is fairly decent in the Arctic measures.
Oh, there's no need to put them on that island, though. 12th got it covered.
I didn't think for that island, but wherever Lime needs them.
Breckenbacher, the front is
Mhm.
yours, but I'm sending 15,000 troops under Major Shooter to join up on the western front of Kadak.
That will be very helpful. The problem that we have over there is that about 150,000 troops into that open field towards Mervek, but they are outnumbering us. We're superior on the tank front, but not manpower, so that will be very helpful.
Yes, Volley will also be adding in, and we'll bring our mortars to lend to the artillery fire.
Perfect. I have some other recon that we figured out as well. We found out where their production base is. I think if we destroy that, their little camps all about will not be able to produce what they need. Then we can go for the camps as our secondary objectives.
Perfect.
Quick question. Legs was a corporal, right?
Correct.
In that case, you hear some panting, heavy footsteps, and then the flap to the HQ opened, and Corporal Legs reporting for duty, sir. As ordered,
You're a
sir.
bit slower this time than what your reputation suggests.
I was on the other side of the camp.
Still, my words stand true.
Yes, sir.
I need you to tell me about the trees.
Well, they have leaves, very often brown, but the leaves actually are green, sir. And every now and then, they change.
The weird trees.
Right, sir. Those ones are white. No leaves as far as we could see, but maybe they were just in off-season. Additionally, they were made out of some type of maybe bone, and also the sergeant said, "Don't lick them, sir."
Smart man.
Thanks.
All right.
So did you lick them or not?
Was told not to, sir.
That's not the question that I asked.
Like, Legs looks at Primer as if that statement thoroughly confused him.
We're the 21st. We don't lick trees, Lancaster.
Oh, for goodness sake. You know, it's a simple question of semantics. I'm just saying.
Don't question my soldiers' devotion to the cause.
I'm not questioning their devotion to the cause. I am simply saying that people
We're not
are
the
fallible.
12th. We don't go around licking and smoking random stuff.
Well, at least we have a good time about it.
Rickenbacker's just in the back, like shaking her head.
Can confirm, have never seen 6-armed monkeys and giant laser shooting centipedes, sir.
That was
I'm not
very
even like
specific.
I'm not even like scrutinizing or anything like that because I'm not even looking at him.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glaring at Lancaster. If I was paying attention, I would immediately know he was lying and I'd want to shoot him in his face, but I'm avoiding that right now.
Yeah, that's
Rickenbacker
fine.
is just going to assume he has seen laser monkeys, but is not going to question it.
Legs, you're being reassigned again.
Yes, sir.
You are going to carry pertinent information that is only going to be shared with this command tent and the research team. It
Of course,
seems
sir.
we might have another enemy hidden amongst this world.
Are you saying that there are imposters among us, sir?
Well, yes.
Very well, sir. We'll do pertinent information duties, sir.
You're going to be running and conversing with Scriven and a research team, and you will share with them all the info you have from when you encountered those trees.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of which, getting that info from the rest of your unit and corresponding with them, if they had noticed something that you did not, would be necessary. You're welcome.
Thanks, sir.
Dismissed.
Yes, sir. And he runs out. He's still got a very little bit of a limp, but he runs decently.
I'll make sure someone's posted of a higher rank than Scriven. I'm thinking Lieutenant Burr might be able to spare the time.
Whoever might be able to keep him in line and not shooting people.
I can also contact my men at the eastern front of Katik and have a guard posted around the trees, get some recovered as well.
All right. We'll need to destroy the trees. Maybe gather a bit to make sure that we can do some tests and get more information on these tactics of theirs.
If we're going to divert some resources there, perhaps I can send over somebody your way as well, Prime, in exchange for the troops you're sending my way. I have a new captain, Captain Albert Greaves. They are quick to deploy, as I've been told, and they have a mechanized infantry unit with some chimeras. I will send them your way. But I adhered you. Don't have him work on anything defensive. I've heard he's not good with those types of tactics.
Well, infiltrating the city certainly is not going to be defensive.
No.
And given the reports, there were reports of mind control, right? Those mechanized units might be very useful in avoiding certain tactics that Lancaster seems to have discovered.
What other tactics have you discovered? Or should we have legs and really leave before we discuss this?
Legs
Is already gone.
He's already
Okay.
gone. Really discovered it. No, so I would have already told you about the mind control stuff, the bomb going off to make the tunnel speed up faster, and the guns used. So yeah.
Perfect. That will be helpful. I also noticed that we got some new we found some weaponry as well, correct? Some las guns, hotshot las guns. Perhaps they would be useful in that situation as well. If not, my troops could use them on the front line at Vittelvis.
Whatever you need. I'm mostly just here to support at this point, considering most of my troops have been dispensed. So take what you need, and that's it.
Good job on the what are these called? Hard to read these names because there's no time. Hotondo and Irohem. That will be very helpful for us.
Yep.
Now that those two continents of Vasily are secured, we can start focusing entirely outwardly.
I have some more information on that front as well. For you, Lime. It appears that the jungle area up to the northeast, they have an entrenched coastline with a very fortification. So you might have to be careful if you're going to go head on towards that. And obviously, we all know that the two hive islands there are very fortified. So let us be careful before we head in. On the
I've
ice
got a new major on the
area,
task that I think will be able to crack the smaller of the two hives. The larger one is going to take some more time.
Roger. I know you were inquiring about the southern island as well. It appears that it's mostly snow and ice and mountains, but they have carved out some of the mountains with tunnels and digging. So perhaps we might want to work together on that one.
Alright, I have a winter specialist. Not so much in the way of tunnels. Make a mental
Alright.
note
I will
to
send
assign
over,
Corporal Smith to the tunnels. He has two
you
shovels,
already
he can
have
dig twice as fast.
He can. And hey, we can always lose more Smiths. We've only lost one so far.
No, you're so mean.
Oh wait, is my Smith in that crew too? Hold on, I gotta see where my Smith is.
Mine is
you're-
assigned to Acilia, but nowhere in particular right now.
Yeah, mine is on the Caddock front. Sorry.
Mine is in Breaker's Yard.
That's
I
good.
say
We've
back
got
to
one
you.
Smith on each planet for extra protection.
For Lime, I say I already have Major Frieda Geisler in your work. She's a great logistics and also has a elite unit of ski infantry. It will be very helpful for you on that front.
Perfect.
Another winter expert. And I've also sent over Captain Fiat Braga, who will be assisting.
Alright, a joint operation on the southern island then. I'll send the majority
Hopefully
of
we
my force
find
to
some-
take that smaller hive island, and we'll see what we can do about getting around the defensive line in the north.
Okay.
Sounds good.
You might need to, depending if you want to go around, unless you'd like to take even more scenic route, you might want to concentrate on taking the outlying islands first before going around the jungle one.
Gotcha.
Right.
As a thought. You don't even need Tactical Imperialist for that. It's just...
Yeah, looking at the map,
Yeah.
Lime's like, if we take this desert island to the west of them, we can just go straight across and we'll bypass their line.
Perhaps.
Would also allow you to kind of cut them off.
Could perhaps be a way for us to show that Midhuddy is our headquarters, if you catch my drift.
We'll make sure to launch all our attacks from there.
Right. Okay. Oh, actually, it's just so question. Just because I did the intel. Now that we've kind of like, I guess, discussed most of that, I should probably figure out where I am moving my troops to.
Oh,
if
yeah,
we're
we
gonna
didn't
be
do
doing
your
stuff. No,
troops. We
we
can
haven't.
go
Yeah, I
back
haven't
to
moved
you
troops
doing
either,
that.
but I'm fine with
Oh.
waiting until next week.
If we want
needed.
to, we can both do it. Like,
It will probably bleed into next time. Like every
oh,
time.
okay.
Every time we do the HQ, I'm like, we don't have that much to do for the HQ. We'll probably get it done in one episode. And then I'm like, oh, it's been almost 4 hours. When did that happen? I wasn't aware of time moving.
It's fun though.
We're talking
It's
about
like
Eldar for a whole hour, so
like a big risk game. I love it.
no, I'm happy to like defer my movements of my troops till next week. And yeah, that way I can figure out what I want to do, because I know Makatil is going to stay there, but I want to give it a little bit more thought and let it like marinate in my brain, because I have some people who are rough terrain experts, but I also am like kind of hesitant to
rough
make any
terrain.
big things yet.
Yeah, rough terrain is a kind of like we're talking like rubble and swamp and that type
Yeah.
of kind of So like when you get into a situation where you have like they'd be
Some
good
of those
with
other islands.
yeah they'd be good with
Yeah.
deserts but not necessarily with the heat. They'd be good with mountains but not necessarily the snow. So it's gonna be
I see.
Can I-
Okay.
Can I get more rolls so I have a reason to use my last fate point?
well
Can get
I
a
haven't
cooking
used mine
roll.
either.
what I was gonna say is I think we'll consider the next week or so basically prep time. Small clashes and incidents will happen. It's essentially mobilization, getting ready for next week. In that time, because you've kind of done the intel and recon needed, unless there's something very specific you'd like to know, I think we could all have a little bit more look internally. If you'd like to have a look at your troops.
I definitely have troops that I don't know things about.
I'm down with that with my new troops.
Sandy's got like mischievous look on her face.
I always want to know
I have a
more
lot of
about
people
my
I don't know
guys.
much about.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I also want to
and-
roll this for fun to see how good I am ballistically today. Yes.
Not that good.
Just barely.
leg somewhere just takes a shot to the knee again.
Oh, poor leg.
Ah!
I used to be a runner.
Oh god.
Before I took a what to the knee?
Arrow to the
Last
knee.
shot, I guess.
It was not an arrow.
A last shot, yeah.
A last shot, yeah.
A grenade.
A grenade to the knee.
Shrapnel
Ow.
to the knee? Like, fuck. If you took a grenade to the knee, you wouldn't have a knee or a body, actually.
What are you talking
could just
about?
lose the
Primer
leg
has
part.
one.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
just
he has
was
a fake leg.
reattached.
It like
Yeah.
okay.
He's a cyborg.
If the grenade was on your knee
I'm gonna
and
say
exploded,
I'm gonna say Lancaster, you're part of a squad that has Rickenbacker. Rickenbacker was hit by a piece of artillery.
I know.
The argument
My
does
life.
not hold weight.
She was hit by an artillery piece while also like saving my life, so I can't really say much.
and Prime's life. But Prime does have like a fake leg.
Yeah.
Biotic.
Cyborg leg.
Oh,
All right.
also you
From
don't
getting
need
hit by an artillery shell himself.
Yeah.
you don't need an after action report for this, but it's just something that you would come across during your everything. And also it would occur to you the remainders of the city brain
Voltendo.
Arrowham
Oh, for him. Yeah.
was 30,000. Considering that the order was to, keep at least 50% of the population, that means that Macatilla probably killed about 30,000 people.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Okay, cool. Just
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've
My
made
Arrowham
peace.
notes.
I've made
made
peace with that.
Yeah. All right. So let's
This is how it
have.
is. It's like we lose 30,000 Evergreen Legion, they lose 30,000 innocent civilians. You know, it's war, right?
The
Oh,
scales.
It's only
balance.
war.
Was nice. I like it. Was there anything else that
Roll
anyone
credits.
wanted to talk to each other about specifically in character?
Wanted to flip Primer off, but it's
You do that.
par
I
for the
see.
course.
It's all right. He already has the bird now.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
Oh, imagine if he was from the shore.
Don't worry about that.
Right,
I'll
so now
use
you've
the
just
bird
gotta,
against
like-
you.
You've just got to
Oh my god,
suplex his
It's-
lieutenant and then you flip the bird.
it's like Alfred Hitchcock. It's like the movie, The Birds or something. It's a horror
Nice.
movie.
Can I get a command roll from everyone, please?
Yay.
No,
As you delve further into the miscreants that are known as your officers.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm
3.4.
rolling mine. I rolled a 90.
Oh, that's fair.
fuck.
Oh.
I'm gonna reroll.
Oh,
I got a 3.
Oh, Bent
Hey,
there.
I got a
I'm back in the
0.9.
game.
alright.
I nailed it.
Okay, okay.
I'm rerolling because fuck this noise.
I don't want to reroll. I'm too scared.
This is
I
what
have
get.
a
It's like
reroll.
when I can
Hey.
reroll, I roll badly and then reroll worse. And then when I can't reroll, I nail it. And I know
There you
everything.
go.
Why would you reroll? You
Nice
have a
reroll,
3.4
Vandy.
Success.
Thank you, thank you. I did not
Yep.
pull a lime.
That's
I
what
got
I'm
a
saying.
success
I
from
had
it.
no rerolls this time, and so the dice were like finally kind to me today.
So, Primer, who would you like to know about?
The bird or Havoc?
Oh, well, a bird.
Havoc? Okay.
Who's the higher? Who's
He's-
the higher troop?
Havoc. I already
Yeah,
have
you might
some
wanna-
info on him, so.
I see.
Sowing confusion and keeping the enemy destabilized, he likes to always be moving and pressing the enemy. He is essentially a train that cannot be stopped. Once he gets going, he builds up momentum and just keeps going. The second you like stop him, it is essentially it takes him time to, ramp up and like warm up. But once he gets going, he's just a freaking bulldozer, basically.
Ooh, I like this. I might be sending him to join Shooter on the Caddick front.
Yeah, that's fair. Like the thing is if you for Havoc, if you make a breakthrough, he can take advantage of that and like jump on that and start going, and then he's going to be very hard to stop once he gets going. The
So
problem
you're saying putting him inside the city?
could also be a good choice, yeah. But yeah, like if you, it depends where you want to make more progress, I guess. And where you're worried about getting bogged down. So yeah.
He's in Breaker's Yard for now.
Okay. In that case, next up will be Rickenbacker. I'd say full information about 1 or decent information about 2. Your choice.
Ooh. Full information about 1 or something about 2.
Like decent information.
Yeah.
It won't be everything, but
I'll do
Wow.
2. I think I'm gonna go with our new guy, Lieutenant Brunhild. And I think interesting. I think I'm gonna go with another lieutenant because I
okay.
think I need more information on my lieutenant. So Lieutenant Brunhild, and we'll go with the next one, Vivian Munchbag.
Okay.
Haven't heard much about her.
Lieutenant X, Lieutenant Brunhild X, is a defensive expert. If you give her a position, she will defend it. Think 300.
Oh, nice. Maybe I don't want to send them to Acilia.
Do you have anything currently about Lieutenant Munchberg?
Nothing.
Okay. Lieutenant Vivian Munchberg has a tendency, you've noticed, to drop things. Fairly clumsy, always tripping over, kind of awkward. Quite even large, even for a regular Iron Brigade.
So she's
And
just really big.
from what you learn, not a particularly good combat leader. In terms of, leading a squad, leading a platoon, leading from the front, not great. Not like terrible. We'll do in a pinch, but it wouldn't be your first choice, definitely.
Okay. Well, I think I don't. Ooh, I have her on Surge, on heavy weapons stuff. I have her in the Surge support unit right now. All right, interesting.
It's not terrible. Yeah. It's not really frontline stuff. Well,
No, it's not,
it
which
can
I
be.
think is probably a good thing. But I don't know if you want your heavy weapons person dropping things. That's also dangerous.
You know what? I'll give you one more piece of information. She loves good food.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
She's eaten some. She's easily malleable for the.
Yeah, there's a little bit of heresy
The light
ember
bits.
right there.
Uh-oh.
Um, let's move on to the 12th.
Also, same. I love good food. I'm with you.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So 2 decent or 1 full?
Heinz, full. Give me the Heine.
Hands. Lieutenant Ronan Hines is a tracker hunter, good at sniffing out ambushes and traps, but not suited to high command.
Good. Figuring out. Did you say ambushes and traps?
Ambushes, traps, all that type of thing, yeah.
Okay.
Bring them to the city.
Yeah. All right.
The name is a tribute to Stargate Atlantis.
Mm.
Oh.
Ronan Dex. That's a cool character.
Tracker hunter, good at sniffing out ambushes and traps, not suited to high command. Why is he not suited to high command?
Essentially, he can't do any of the things that he's good at if he's commanding a crap ton of people.
Gotcha.
So he's
Better at
more
being a dude on the
overwhelmed
ground.
when
he's more
yeah.
on the ground, practical, like squad, maybe a platoon, and like out at the front, like basically hands and knees, like sniffing around and being like, where are they?
Like a basset hound.
Like a basset hound.
Like it. Love it.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Crit himself.
Finally.
Two complete or 4 part, like decent.
Ooh, that's nice.
Man got a crit. Gotta respect the crit.
Yeah.
Let's get 2 full. Let's.
Ooh, okay.
As much as 4 decent would be nice, I would rather get a couple just squared away. I know all their strengths and weaknesses. Let's have a full look at Ainsley Satone, because they're my major and I'm about to send them to crack a hive. I need to know if they're gonna screw it up.
Okay. Hive combat specialist, good with crowds and maintaining organization in chaotic situations.
How much do we actually know about Scriven?
I know that he is decent at keeping his troops in line, and that he's obsessed with Eldar.
Yeah.
My guess is that the negative is that he doesn't actually know much about Eldar. He's just assuming that everyone is them at all times.
If there is a negative, they're on towards negatives. But then again, they're on towards positives, so.
I mean, it kind of sounds like Scriven's got a whole bunch of negatives.
The funny thing is you actually have found everything you know about Scriven through conversation as opposed to investigation. So it's all
that's
like
why I
RP
haven't bothered
builded.
looking into more info, because I'm like, I think I've got Scriven clocked at this point. I think I know what I'm
Yeah.
dealing with.
And the second one?
And keeping with the theme, I'm gonna have a look at Lieutenants Samish Donnelly, because I'm about to send them to take over the Winter Island. And all I know, literally my note just says winter.
I can tell you that you can choose someone else, because that is literally the entirety of Samish Donnelly.
Oh, literally, they just good at winter stuff.
Just
Okay, fair
winter,
dues.
winter snow fighting, essentially.
I could go for Garnet or I could go for Burr. I want to pick one of them to be the guy keeping Scriven in line. Let's have a look at Stephen Burr. I want to know all the stats. All I know currently is that he's a good admin and he's the son of Robert Burr.
That's pretty much all to him as well.
Okay,
sorry.
never mind. What about Garnet? I know he's got Navy links and that's it.
Oh, Garnet. Yes. So Garnet is actually originally from a naval family, but decided to go into the army instead. So very good at talking to captains and mollifying, and basically gives you bonuses when you need to charm, deceive, interact with captains, essentially. And really good with combined forces. So, integrated air support, tanks, anything where you're like, hey, I want to, I want to use combined force. Oh, and also inter-regimental operations. Is very good at like maintaining supply lines and communication lines and acting in tandem and things like that. He's basically a co-op player.
Yeah, now I feel like he's wasted being my adjutant.
I mean, like, this is the thing is, yes, but also, like, he's very good at keeping the lines of communication open for you between the regiments, and I was so
Alright,
sure you
in
were
that
going to
case,
choose...
he's in charge of the Eldar research team.
Okay. I was so sure you were going to choose Wolf, being one of the new ones you know nothing about.
I was considering it, yeah. But I was like, I'd like to know more about the people that I've already kind of assigned in my head to make sure I haven't screwed it up.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And I feel like Marley Wolf might have time to demonstrate their strengths and weaknesses as I throw them at random challenges in Nasilia anyway.
Could be.
But I wanted to know about my my people back on Breaker's Yard, because suddenly that becomes a lot more important.
Yeah.
And that's perfect, yeah, because Garnet couldn't... next thing I was going to say was like, alright, Garnet, I need you to get from the 21st where the trees are and then send some 1-4 to guard those trees. Then I need you to get the Navy to secretly ship some trees back here, and then get whoever's good enough to deal with that to have a look at the trees and work out what breaks them. Get Scriven, give him his Eldar shooting gun, and just leave him with one of those trees, and it'll keep him busy for at least an afternoon.
Okay. Alright, so next episode, we're going to talk operations, we're going to talk disposition of troops, we're going to talk deployment, we're going to talk tactics, strategy,
operations.
And like naming a scientific team.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, we get a scientific team too.
Soap 2, the return.
I'll leave that to Lyme and Lancaster, L&L.
So yeah, let's end this episode here.
Perfectly on time.
All
Right
right.
on time.
We will of course go do an after show and all that gubbins. But first of all, let's go through the announcements and where you can find everybody. So, today's episode was supported by Staff Sergeant Kirby of the 1-4 Manufacturing and Munitions. Thank you very much, Kirby, for being awesome. You can find a new show next Saturday. Next Saturday, we've got the beginning of a Good Strong Hands campaign, GM'd by Nerdburger Craig, who wrote Good Strong Hands, so it'll be a good example of how Good
Called
Strong Hands is
A
GM'd.
Crack in the World.
Oh,
That's the name of the campaign.
nice. We did a one-shot a while back if you want to check out what that's like in advance of
Yeah,
the
it's
episode.
like grim dark fairy tales if you're into that.
Grim
And
Dark, you
basically
say?
basically your job is to save the world that you live in.
Keep an eye out for that. There's going to be some random bits and bobs on the Patreon in the coming weeks. You can also, of course, check out the after show for the end of Call of Cthulhu Strange But True on our YouTube in a couple days' time. Keep an eye out for that if you're interested. Also, as of just a couple minutes ago, Call of Cthulhu Strange But True, the finale, is out on YouTube. You can check that out as soon as we're gone to see what they get up to.
Yeah, I gotta watch that because I watched all the other ones live. That's the only episode I didn't get to watch live.
Mm-hmm. And also, Roll For It is sponsored by Roll20, which makes sense because we've already been using Roll20 for literally 5 years or something in that region for like literally every RPG
6,
we've ever played.
Yeah,
It might be 6 by now. I lose track.
I remember I looked it up.
We like since the beginning of Roll For It, we've been using Roll20, so you already have our endorsement without the sponsorship. Now we have the sponsorship, so that helps us out, and it means that you can get some cool giveaways of random D&D books and stuff by checking out the Twitter and the Facebook and all that kind of thing. Keep an eye out there for any that are going. There's pinned posts or pinned tweets that you can check out with those as well. that's that. Right, let's see what you can find, everyone. What about Tyler? What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Tyler Scheid. I'm on the internet as Apocalypse_12. You can check me out on Twitter and that sort of stuff. I also have an OnlyFans dedicated to my hair if you want to check that out. But tomorrow, I am doing a very short planned, sudden charity stream for St. Jude. Because I've been on vacation half this month and a lot of other stuff. So I threw it together the last minute, and you will be able to ask all kinds of crazy questions that can be deeply personal for a certain donation amount. So there are tiers. For $5, you can get a what are my favorites kinds of questions. But if you get up to the $250, you can ask like really personal stuff that, you know, maybe you want to know about, like, what color is my underwear? I'm open about it, so you can check it out.
Do you turn left or right more?
Are all your underwear the same color? Like, what kind of
No,
question is that? Or is
that's
it
the one I'm wearing right now. Yeah, it's like the current moment.
Do you
Wait.
put
You
on
can ask
your
you can
sock
ask more
and
stuff, but
do you go sock, shoe, or do you do sock, shoe, shoe? When you put on your socks and shoes.
sock, shoe.
Wait, you can own more than one pair of underwear?
Sheepy.
Stop.
Anyway,
Ew.
anyway,
Ew, sheepy. Ew.
You can get more personal than that, but I don't want to give examples of
That's
questions you
gross.
can ask.
I go to
but-
ask
How
the-
many?
Who's going
How many
sock,
people
shoe,
I've
sock,
dated,
shoe,
or
though?
or
like who
or
puts-
even further. So anyway, there's tiers of questions. You'll be able to tell which ones. Just when you donate to St. Jude, you're gonna have to put the question in your comment. But yeah, that's what's going on tomorrow. I don't know when I'm starting, so don't ask me that question. I just know it is. We're hoping to raise $2,500.
Who puts on one shoe before they put on the other sock? That seems wrong.
I know people who do it. I have disowned them.
Are they okay?
I mean,
No.
in an emergency, you can get away half as quickly if you have to
No!
stop halfway.
No!
That's not how that
No!
works.
I'm pretty sure it is.
The
No.
no is that you running in two socks is, I feel like, is better than a barefoot in a shoe.
This is definitely going to be an after-show conversation.
I
Okay.
feel like that and donuts are gonna be the after show
I
conversation.
made sure to
I
have a
can have-
donut after the break.
I only
but,
had half a
discussion.
Cinnabon.
I feel like we should go to Vandy after the sock question there.
And Vandy, what are you doing? Where can we find you?
Oh God. Hi, I'm Vandy. You can find me at OMG Vandy pretty much everywhere. I am on Mondays on Sheepy's channel, The Wandering Inn, where I play a Toreador for our Vampire the Masquerade campaign. I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays, where I play Among Us with friends and then also play some other games after. I make dice, which I'm getting back into, considering the last 2 weeks have been absolute hell for my actual work stuff. But other than that, you can hang out and chit chat with me over Twitter, which is where I mostly am. So come say hi, and then we'll just talk about stuff and things. And I really like Cinnabons.
Cinnabon.
Yeah, that's it.
Jumping over diagonally to Maggie. What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Crone. So guess what? You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places on the internet. But if you follow me on Twitter, it'll keep you updated on all of the things that I'm doing. I do something every single day, or I have a piece of content come out every single day. And on some days, there are multiple things. So just follow me there if you're interested in anything that I do. Lots of tabletop stuff. And also, I make video games for a living. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. That's me. Cinnabons are good. I will also relay this. Just cinnamon rolls in general. I love them.
Speaking of flawless branding, I am Bentham, and you can find me obviously as Bentham Plays on Twitter, as Mangled Pork on Twitch, and as Mangled Pork Gaming on YouTube. It makes total sense.
It should be a different one. It should be like another thing. So it's all different.
I petition for Benat.
I think it should be something like.
As your
I think it
YouTube-
should be Beb.
YouTube channel
I
should
could
just be
try and
Benat
be Beb
still.
everywhere, but a lot of places.
Well, I think you have
minimum
Bentham, you have
character
mangled
things.
pork. You need
Bebby.
some kind of other like.
Bebby
Oh, yeah,
plays.
the Twitch could be Twisted Bacon.
Yeah, twisted bacon. Yeah, I think that would be good.
Keeping with the theme.
Oh,
Yeah.
mangled pork, twisted bacon.
Bantam.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can find me
Bad
there
man.
playing at the moment lots of Project Zomboid. We've been just slamming Project Zomboid multiplayer. We've been playing like 9-hour days of it because we're addicted as hell. And then occasionally we get zombified and then we're really sad because our days of skill grinding is all gone again. But it's really fun. And then also been doing a little bit of SnowRunner as well when I can sneak that in. And that's me. Sheepy, what are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hello, I'm Sheepdog, so of course you can find me in all the places that aren't called Sheepdog. Thank you.
Like that.
Sure.
So we can find you everywhere. There's
Yeah.
a little sheepy in everything.
You literally go to any channel on Twitch that isn't called Sheepdog, that's mine.
It's like the end of Lucy. Sheepy is the universe now. He has become time.
You can't stop me.
All right. Well, speaking of stopping, we're going to stop the stream here, and we're going to go do an after show where we're going to argue about. I guess probably just all be unifiedly annoyed about the idea of someone putting on one sock and then a shoe and then the other sock.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, we're going to argue about it then, and maybe also donuts. We'll see. And then maybe we'll talk about the show. We'll find out. But you can catch the notification, of course.
Yelda.
And thank you everyone for watching. I will see you next with Roll For It on Thursday with Dungeons & Dragons Ascension, and of course we'll be back with the Commander Cast again next Sunday. Bye everyone.
Eldar are coming.
And may the dice roll ever in your favor.
Beatles.